Chapter 59. A large patch of green vines wrapped around the cave wall, and there were some blood-red oval-shaped fruits on it. Blood dyke. High-grade medicinal herb blood dyke. Yi Xing's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in excitement. Blood dyke? High-grade medicinal herb blood dyke that replenishes blood? Where is the blood dyke? When Wei Qingxian heard this, her body, which was on the verge of collapse, suddenly gained strength and stood up. High-grade medicinal herbs were much more powerful than mid-grade medicinal herbs, and were extremely precious. The blood dyke was a high-grade medicinal herb that replenished blood. To the two of them who were on the verge of collapse from hunger, this was undoubtedly the best food. Wei Qingxuan's words immediately caused Yi Xing to recover from his excited state. The blood dyke was located at the bend in front of them, and normal people would not be able to see it. If Yi Xing said that he saw it, it would obviously expose his X-ray vision. This was Yi Xing's secret, and he did not want to reveal it to anyone. Yi Xing took a deep breath and said, "I am very sensitive to the smell of medicinal herbs, and I have already smelled the scent of the blood dyke. There must be a blood dyke in front of us." "So you guessed it." Wei Qingxian, who had just taken a breath, suddenly withered and felt weak all over. Yi Xing, who had seen the blood dyke with his own eyes, was greatly stimulated. A vigorous force surged out of his body and directly carried Wei Qingxian. As he walked forward, he said, "My identification of medicinal herbs is very accurate, there must be a blood dyke in front of us." At this time, Wei Qingxian was on her last breath. Yi Xing's action of carrying her was a little too intimate, so she didn't have time to say anything. The moment he thought of the large stretch of blood dyke vines in front of him, Yi Xing's entire body was filled with energy. He carried Wei Qingxian and strode forward. Very quickly, he followed the cave and turned a corner, arriving at the cave wall that was covered in blood dyke vines. Yi Xing had already scanned the cave walls and did not find the existence of any fierce beasts. This made Yi Xing surprised and pleasantly surprised at the same time. In his current state, it would be difficult for him to fight against the ferocious beasts. Moreover, the ferocious beasts guarding the high-grade medicinal herbs were definitely not ordinary. Even if they weren't high-grade ferocious beasts, they were still overlords among mid-grade ferocious beasts. Yi Xing's bow and arrows were blown away by the wind, but he didn't know where they had gone. Without his bow and arrows, he would even have to take a detour around mid-grade ferocious beasts. How would he dare to provoke a mid-grade overlord ferocious beast? Thus, Yi Xing was overjoyed that there were no ferocious beasts guarding this stretch of blood dyke vines. Yi Xing scanned the area and instantly understood the number of blood dyke vines. There were a total of 126 of them. One blood dyke vines was very precious. In terms of value, 126 of them was definitely a huge sum. Yi Xing carried Wei Qingxian to this place and used up the last of his strength. At this moment, he felt like he was about to collapse as his entire body went soft. He looked at Wei Qingxian and saw that she was in an even worse state. She had already fallen into a coma. Yi Xing quickly plucked a blood dyke vines and swallowed it without hesitation. If he ran all the way here and didn't have the strength to pluck more blood dyke vines, it would be too tragic to watch a large number of them fall to the ground and starve to death. After eating one blood dyke vines, Yi Xing immediately felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his stomach. He immediately regained his strength and his exhaustion lessened a bit. One blood dyke vines was not enough. Yi Xing quickly plucked a second one, then a third one. He ate every one he plucked. After eating 10 blood dyke vines in a row, Yi Xing finally felt that the feeling of exhaustion was completely gone. However, his stomach was still hungry. Yi Xing continued to pluck a blood dyke vines, but he didn't eat it himself. Instead, he fed it to Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian really couldn't take it anymore. She didn't even have the strength to swallow the blood dyke vines in her mouth. Yi Xing directly crushed the blood dyke vines. The juice flowed into Wei Qingxuan's mouth. She tasted a delicious and sweet juice and instinctively swallowed it. As the juice of the blood dyke vines was absorbed by Wei Qingxian, she finally regained some strength. When Yixing fed her the second blood dyke vines, she was already able to swallow it directly. Yixing fed Wei Qingxian 10 blood dyke vines in a row. Wei Qingxian had already woken up. Just like Yixing, her stomach was unbearably hungry, but she no longer had the feeling of exhaustion. It's really the blood dyke vines. The moment Wei Qingxian opened her eyes, she cheered and reached out to grab the blood dyke vines. Seeing that Wei Qingxian was able to pluck the blood dyke vines by herself, Yixing didn't bother about her anymore. He was very hungry and continued to pluck more blood dyke vines for himself. Both of them ate more than 30 blood dyke vines before the feeling of hunger in their stomachs gradually faded away. However, a new problem arose at this moment. At this moment, their stomachs didn't look like a ball of fire burning. Instead, it was like a sea of fire burning. It burned their bodies until they were bright red and emitted hot air from their bodies. As a top-grade medicinal herb, the blood dyke vines were extremely potent. In fact, Yixing and Wei Qingxian only needed to eat 7 to 8 blood dyke vines. Even if they were starving to death, they only needed to wait for a period of time for the blood dyke vines to be completely digested. All the nutrients would be replenished and their hunger would disappear completely. But they ate too quickly. The first blood dyke vines hadn't been fully digested and they had already eaten the second one. Very quickly, it was the third one, the fourth one. More and more blood dyke vines were eaten by the both of them, but they had only digested and absorbed slightly more than 10%. There was still 90% of the medicinal effects left in their bodies. By the time the both of them felt less hungry, they had already eaten more than 30 blood dyke vines respectively, and a terrifying medicinal effect had accumulated in their bodies. Just that heat alone made the both of them feel as though their bodies were about to combust. Momentarily, the both of them felt the blood in their bodies boiling as the boiling hot blood flowed upwards and rushed straight to their heads. The both of them felt a loud bang in their heads as blood flowed from their noses and they fainted. Earlier on, the both of them were so hungry that they were about to die. But now, the both of them had been nourished to the brim and were about to die. Their bodies had been greatly nourished and it had even exceeded the limits of what their bodies could bear. No one would be able to endure this. Luckily, the both of their bodies were very tough. Their middle-grade body refining techniques had been cultivated to the large success stage and above. Hence, under this nourishment that had exceeded their limits, they didn't die immediately and kept their lives. Yixing and Wei Qingxian both had the same dream. They dreamt that they had fallen into a sea of fire and there were raging flames all around them. The temperature in the air was unimaginably high. Hot. Too hot. The both of them were drenched in sweat. Subconsciously, they tore at their own clothes. Yixing was better off. After tearing a few times, only his chest was exposed at most. But Wei Qingxian's female body was exposed after a few tearing. Especially her white and rosy, plump white rabbit, which was as plump as jade, was directly exposed. Wei Qingxian originally had a peerless beauty that could make men bewitched. At this moment, her breasts were exposed. If others were to see it, what would happen? Luckily, they were here and Yixing was unconscious. Hence, these extremely seductive breasts that could make one commit a crime were not seen by others. Even though she was tearing, Wei Qingxian didn't feel any relief. The source of this heat was in her body. Only by transferring the source of heat in her body would she be able to return to normal. Out of instinct, Wei Qingxian unconsciously climbed onto Yixing's body. Her hot and tender lips pressed onto Yixing's lips. She wanted to transfer the heat in her body to Yixing through this channel. Yixing suddenly felt a warm and soft sensation on his lips. This feeling was incomparably wonderful and instantly woke him up from his unconscious state. The moment he opened his eyes, Wei Qingxian's actions made his mouth and tongue dry. His lower abdomen heated up and a wave of desire instantly rose up. He had the urge to press Wei Qingxian under his body and go through thick and thin together. However, Yixing's super brain was different from a normal person's. He wasn't completely controlled by his desire. Instead, he maintained a certain level of consciousness. At this moment, Wei Qingxian was in an unconscious state. Although her actions were seductive, they weren't her original intention. No matter what, Yixing couldn't violate her in this state. Bang! With that thought, Yixing instantly pushed Wei Qingxian away and shouted loudly. It was as if someone had poured wisdom into Wei Qingxuan's head and woke her up instantly. When Wei Qingxian saw her own appearance, she was shocked and cried out involuntarily. However, she wasn't as calm as Yixing's super brain. She was only awake for a moment. Very quickly, the heat in her body affected her mind again and her eyes became unfocused. Wei Qingxian. Guard your mind and do as I say. Yixing continued to shout. His voice was like thunder, waking Wei Qingxian up again. Guard your spirit and qi moves in the sky, heaven above. Yixing shouted out the improved Xian Qing skill cultivation formula. His 10 meridians circulated rapidly to refine the surging medicinal power in his body. Middle-class cultivation methods couldn't refine the rich medicinal power of the blood dam in his body. To prevent Wei Qingxian from losing her mind due to the rich medicinal power in her body, Yixing didn't think too much and taught her the improved Xian Qing skill. With Yixing's shout and the guidance of the cultivation method, Wei Qingxuan's dizziness gradually calmed down. She absorbed the surging medicinal power in her body with all her might. Blood dam was a top-grade medicinal herb that greatly nourished one's qi and blood. It had a great effect on strengthening the body. When Yixing and Wei Qingxian circulated the top-grade Xian Qing skill, they instinctively circulated their own cultivation methods to strengthen their bodies. As time passed, the violent medicinal power in their bodies gradually calmed down. However, their cultivation levels were increasing rapidly. Their attainments in the middle-grade cultivation methods were increasing rapidly, and their bodies were strengthening non-stop. After a few hours, the medicinal power of the blood dam in their bodies had been completely refined. Their cultivation levels had both risen to the late stage of level 5. This speed was as fast as flying. As for the middle-grade cultivation methods, regardless of whether it was Yixing's bronze formula or Wei Qingxuan's mountain technique, they had both reached the perfection realm. The strength of their bodies was definitely at the top of the martial Dao masters. The two of them swallowed a large amount of blood dam, which almost caused them to burn to death. However, after refining the medicinal power in their bodies, they also obtained unimaginable benefits. Just 100 votes away from the overall ranking. Please give me a recommendation. Chapter 60. A peak high-grade vicious beast is equivalent to a martial Dao Stage 9 martial grandmaster. Even if all the martial Dao masters in Azure Sky City worked together, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying existence. Yixing and Wei Qingxian were both martial Dao Stage 5 martial artists. If they encountered such a beast, their chances of escaping would be slim. Moreover, if this was an area where peak high-grade vicious beasts roamed, the two of them would have nowhere to run. There was no place that wasn't dangerous. Yixing looked at the black ape's corpse on the ground and slowly said, "This is a Herculean ape, a peak high-grade vicious beast." Wei Qingxuan's expression instantly froze. It seemed that she was right. This was a place where peak high-grade vicious beasts roamed. With their movement techniques, if they encountered ordinary high-grade vicious beasts, they would still have room to escape. But in front of a peak high-grade vicious beast, there was basically no hope of escaping. Yixing was much calmer than Wei Qingxian. He was the king of the jungle. As long as they didn't encounter a beast tide, he felt that with his ability, there was still hope to walk out of this place. Of course, it was only hope. After all, the area where high-grade vicious beasts roamed was too dangerous. The Azure Sky mountain range was continuous and there were bound to be blind spots. There was still a chance of encountering vicious beasts. Especially the vicious beasts in the sky, they were even more of a threat. Vicious beasts had strong eyesight and fast speed. Once they were targeted, it would be a real road to death. Follow me. I have a way to avoid the vicious beasts. Yixing said as he looked into the distance at the vicious beasts in the sky. He then left with Wei Qingxian from the other side of the canyon. With his eyesight, as long as their luck wasn't bad, they should be able to walk out of the Azure Sky mountain range without encountering vicious beasts. Wei Qingxian was very worried about the current situation. When she heard that Yixing had a solution, she naturally listened to Yixing. Not long after he exited the canyon, Yixing climbed up a mountain peak. Ascertaining the direction, Tiansang City was located in the west of the Green Cloud mountain range. Heading west should be the correct direction. Yixing was very cautious along the way. He often scanned the area with his superbrain and observed his surroundings from afar. Yixing didn't know if it was because there weren't many high-level vicious beasts, but after walking for an hour, he didn't discover any other high-level vicious beasts. However, he did discover quite a few mid-level and low-level vicious beasts. Yixing took a detour in advance, so these vicious beasts didn't discover the two of them. This made Wei Qingxian, who was a little nervous, breathe a sigh of relief. Although there were top-level vicious beasts here, they didn't seem to be very scary. Her heart calmed down. However, the peace in Wei Qingxian's heart did not last for long. Suddenly, an ear-piercing eagle cry came from afar, causing her heart to tremble. Even Yixing's heart skipped a beat when he heard the eagle cry. As the king of the jungle, no matter how strong the vicious beasts on the ground were, he could detect them in advance and avoid them from afar. However, the vicious beasts in the sky were his nemesis. They could detect him from afar. The two of them turned around when they heard the sound. Their expressions changed. They saw a giant vicious beast flying out from behind a mountain peak. It was flying in their direction. "Oh no, it's coming for us!" Wei Qingxian exclaimed when she saw the giant vicious beast swooping down from the sky towards the two of them. Yixing looked into the distance and saw the giant vicious beast's eyes clearly. It was indeed targeting him and Wei Qingxian. "Run!" At this time, there was nothing to say. Yixing pulled Wei Qingxian and used the flying swan skill to the perfection stage to run quickly. At the same time, Yixing also integrated the wind force that he had comprehended into the flying swan skill. This caused the flying swan skill to surpass the perfection stage and almost reach the perfection stage. It was very fast. Wei Qingxian had also comprehended the wind force. Her speed was not slower than Yixing's. It was obvious that she had also cultivated the middle-grade martial skill light body skill to the perfection stage. However, compared to the speed of the giant vicious beast in the sky, the two of them were still very slow. The two of them had just climbed over a mountain when the giant vicious beast was already above them. Yixing and Wei Qingxian's attention was on the giant vicious beast in the sky at this moment. They did not notice that there was a sudden violent shake in the bushes nearby. A giant vicious beast, as thick as an adult's thigh and as long as 60 to 70 feet, suddenly rushed out, bringing with it a fishy wind. Such a huge vicious beast had suddenly rushed out with a fishy wind. Although Yixing and Wei Qingxian did not notice it, they were shocked when they noticed this change. The vicious beast rushed out, bringing with it a fishy wind. It did not stop at all. As its body twisted, it quickly moved to the side like the wind. At this moment, the giant vicious beast descended from the sky. Its two huge claws were the first to land. Like a pair of iron hooks, one claw grabbed the vicious beast 7 inches and the other claw grabbed the vicious beast's body. The sharp claws directly pierced through the vicious beast's tough scales and pierced into the vicious beast's body. The vicious beast hissed in pain. Its body twisted and struggled, but the vicious beast's claws were like iron and did not move an inch. No matter how hard the vicious beast struggled, it could not break free. Yixing and Wei Qingxian watched this scene in shock, speechless. Wei Qingxian was shocked by the vicious beast of the vicious beast. This vicious beast looked much stronger than the peak mid-level vicious beast, the black-scaled python. It was clearly a high-level vicious beast, but it was unable to resist the vicious beast's claws. Just how terrifying was this vicious beast? As for Yixing's shock, there was another reason. At this moment, his eyes scanned the vicious beast's wings. He discovered that under the cover of the vicious beast's raised wings, there was a person standing on the vicious beast's back. It was a woman. The vicious beast landed and quickly retracted its wings. There was indeed a woman standing on its back. It was a very young woman, about 17 or 18 years of age. She was only 1 or 2 years older than Yixing. This young woman was wearing a tight red dress and had a sword on her back. She had a valiant and formidable aura. Yixing and Wei Qingxian were dumbfounded. Such a terrifying vicious beast was actually being stepped on by a 17 or 18-year-old woman in red. What realm was this woman in red at? She was definitely not just a martial Dao master. Furthermore, judging from the vicious beast's aura and the young woman's aura, she was probably not just a martial Dao grandmaster. At the very least, she should be a martial Dao grandmaster. As for a martial sage, Yixing and Wei Qingxian did not dare to think about it. A martial sage was a legendary existence compared to ordinary warriors. A 17 or 18-year-old martial sage? That was simply a myth. The woman in red glanced at Yixing and Wei Qingxian. Her gaze fell on Wei Qingxuan's peerless face and she was slightly surprised. However, she immediately returned to normal and said, "A mere level 5 dares to go so deep into the Azure Cloud Mountain range. Are you tired of living?" Although her words were unpleasant and her tone was cold, it revealed a sense of concern. "Sister, we came here by accident." Wei Qingxian saw that the woman in red was powerful and hurriedly told her about how she and Yixing walked in the underground cave for 8 days and came here, begging her to take them out of here. When the woman in red heard this, she looked relieved and her expression became much friendlier. She said, "No wonder you guys are here. So that's why you came here. Fortunately, you met me. You're lucky. Otherwise, you would definitely die here without leaving any bones behind. Come on, Brother Hei's back, I'll send you out." Brother Hei, of course, was this giant eagle with long black hair. At this time, the vicious beast was already dead. Brother Hei grabbed the vicious beast's gallbladder with his claws and swallowed it. Yixing and Wei Qingxian hurriedly thanked him and climbed onto Brother Hei's back. The woman in red let Yixing and Wei Qingxian sit down and then whistled. Brother Hei flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Sitting on Brother Hei's back, they were very stable. Looking at the mountains and rivers below, they kept retreating. Wei Qingxian looked at the woman in red and blinked her big eyes, full of yearning. She asked, "Sister Red, are you a great grandmaster?" "Great grandmaster?" The woman in red couldn't help smiling and shaking her head. She smiled very brightly. Yixing and Wei Qingxian were surprised that the woman in red was not a great grandmaster. The latter continued to ask, "Then, are you a great grandmaster?" "Not even." The woman in red smiled even brighter. "Not a great grandmaster, not a great grandmaster." Yixing was shocked and blurted out, "Martial sage? Martial sage?" The woman in red smiled a little strangely and shrugged. "You can say that." Yixing and Wei Qingxian both sucked in a breath of cold air with shocked expressions. Martial sage. This was a supreme existence among martial artists. It was hard to find one in a million martial artists. It was said that in the entire Zishan County, only Zishan Ho was a martial sage. This woman in red was only 17 or 18 years old, but she was also a martial sage. This simply broke Yixing and Wei Qingxuan's understanding. At the same time, it made Yixing feel even more anxious. In Yixing's mind, a martial sage was at least a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Now that he saw a 17 or 18-year-old martial sage, who was only 1 or 2 years older than him, he felt sullen. He felt that his cultivation speed was very fast, but now it seemed that it was still not fast enough. If others can become a martial sage at 17 or 18 years old, I can definitely do it too. Yixing not only wanted to become a martial sage, but also wanted to achieve this goal within 1 or 2 years. Only then could he be compared to the woman in red. A martial artist walking in the Green Cloud mountain range would find it difficult to walk more than 10 miles in an entire day. However, Brother Hei's speed was very fast as he flew in the sky. By noon, he had already left the Green Cloud mountain range. The woman in red sent Yixing and Wei Qingxian to the vicinity of Celestial Azure City before letting Brother Hei land and let the two of them down. Then, without waiting for Yixing and Wei Qingxian to thank her, she commanded Brother Hei to soar into the sky and return to the Green Cloud mountain range. Yixing and Wei Qingxian looked at Brother Hei disappearing into the horizon with surging enthusiasm in their eyes. A 17 or 18-year-old martial sage, this was too big of a shock to them. It was as if they had seen another world, making them feel suffocated in their hearts. What was the world of martial sages like? Whether it was Yixing or Wei Qingxian, they both wanted to quickly cultivate to this realm and experience it for themselves. The two of them had narrowly escaped death in the Green Cloud mountain range. When they saw Celestial Azure City again, they felt a long-lost feeling. It was as if wings had sprouted in their hearts. They wanted to rush back to their clans and find out the final results of the hunting competition. What happened to the beast tide in the end? Did it spread beyond the Green Cloud mountain range? Outside Celestial Azure City, the two of them bid farewell and returned to their clans. Yixing could be considered a famous person in the Yi clan. Many people knew him. When he returned to the Yi clan's courtyard, some of the Yi clan's martial artists who knew him were clearly shocked when they saw him. When Yixing returned to his courtyard, the two maids screamed when they saw him, "There's a ghost." Yixing couldn't help but laugh. Had he become a ghost? It seemed that the Yi clan's martial artists thought he had already died. Yixing gave each of the two maids a blow and said, "I've returned alive from the Green Cloud mountain range. Tell me what happened after the beast tide broke out." The two maids rubbed their aching heads, but their expressions were very happy. Yixing was usually very good to them and was an extremely rare good master. When they first found out that Yixing had died in the Green Cloud mountain range, they were sad for a long time. Now that Yixing had returned alive, they were naturally happy and told him everything they knew. "Young master, I heard that many of the elite disciples of the 3 big clans had died during the beast tide. For example, 3 of the top 10 elite disciples of the Yi clan had died." "Oh, young master, you're still alive. There are only 2 of them. One is Yi Yunkong, and the other is Yi Yunjue." Because of the beast tide, this year's hunting competition ended abruptly and the Xiong clan won first place. Yi Yunkong had actually died in the beast tide. This surprised Yixing a little. He had survived this beast tide and returned alive from the Green Cloud mountain range. He had originally planned to settle the score with Yi Yunkong, but in the end, he had died. It seemed that he could only settle the score with that old man, Yi Weining. The Xiong clan had won first place in the hunting competition. This made Yixing feel very indignant. If it wasn't for his accident, how could the Xiong clan have won first place with his beast ears? "Young master, today is the day of the Yi clan's elite disciple competition. The new top 10 will represent the Yi clan in the Purple Mountain Academy's recruitment competition. Since young master has returned, quickly go to the Martial Arts Hall Square. Don't miss it. With young master's strength, the top 10 is certain. If you enter the top 3, you can even obtain mid-grade herbs as a reward. Especially the first place, not only will you have the opportunity to go to the third level of the martial pavilion to learn martial arts, you can also make a request to the clan. Elite Disciple Competition to decide the new top 10. Represent the Yi clan in the Purple Mountain Academy's recruitment competition. The first place can go to the third level of the martial pavilion to learn martial arts. And also make a request to the clan. When Yi Xing heard this, he changed his clothes and immediately left his residence. He quickly went to the martial arts hall square. This was not the first time Yi Xing heard about the Purple Mountain Academy. Every 3 years, the Purple Mountain Academy would recruit a new batch of students. He didn't expect that it would be this year. He heard that the Purple Mountain Academy had high-grade martial arts and even top-grade martial arts. To Yi Xing, the more martial arts he had, the better. Especially high-grade martial arts, the Purple Mountain Academy was a place that he must go to. Moreover, with Wei Qingxuan's aptitude, she would most likely enter the Purple Mountain Academy's gifted class. He didn't want to be left behind. Therefore, he must not miss this opportunity. He must go and participate in the Elite Disciple Competition. Not only must he maintain the top 10, he must also take first place. Because, regardless of whether it was the opportunity to go to the third level of the martial pavilion to learn martial arts or to make a request to the clan, Yi Xing was very interested. The first place belongs to me. Yi Xing was very confident in his heart. A 4,000-word chapter. Domineering. Please recommend me. Chapter 61. When Yi Xing arrived at the martial arts hall, the Elite Disciple Competition had already come to an end. Yi Yunlong, who had already reached the 6th stage of the martial path, easily defeated Yi Yundai, who was at the peak of the 5th stage of the martial path. The elder in charge of the competition was the elder of the martial pavilion, Yi Wentian. He immediately announced, "The first place of the Elite Disciple Competition is still." Wait. Yi Wentian was about to say Yi Yunlong's name when suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. Everyone looked over and saw Yi Xing, who was as fast as a swallow, flying over. Yi Xing? Most of the elders, elite disciples, and ordinary disciples present at the scene recognized Yi Xing, and they were all shocked. Yi Xing's speed was very fast. After a few jumps, he arrived at the martial arts hall and said, "Disciple Yi Xing, also want to participate in the Elite Disciple Competition." "Yi Xing, you're still alive?" At that moment, most of the people present asked this question. Yi Xing only bowed to the patriarch and said, "Yes, disciple encountered a beast tied in the Green Cloud mountain range and accidentally escaped into an underground cave. I was trapped for a long time before I managed to escape. I just rushed back to the Yi clan and requested to participate in the Elite Disciple Competition." As he spoke, Yi Xing felt a sharp gaze land on him. Naturally, Yi Xing knew who it was. He glanced over and saw Yi Wentian staring at him with a look of shock and disbelief. Yi Xing's gaze swept over Yi Wentian and coldly snorted in his heart. Looking at this old man's expression, Yi Xing was even more certain that he had colluded with Xiong Baotian. Yi Xing was a martial arts genius. As the patriarch, Yi Wendao was naturally very happy that he was still alive. Moreover, he could also see that Yi Xing's cultivation had reached the 5th stage of the martial path. This made him even happier. This meant that Yi Xing still had potential and would become a great pillar of the family in the future. Yi Wendao smiled and said, "You survived a great disaster and will definitely have good fortune in the future." "Very good, very good. You are an elite of the younger generation, so of course you have the qualifications to participate in the Elite Disciple Competition. You can challenge any one of the top 10 elite disciples. If you win, you will replace their ranking." Everyone's gaze gathered on Yi Xing. They wanted to know who Yi Xing would challenge. Yi Xing did not look at anyone. His gaze fell on Yi Yunlong's body and said, "I want to challenge first place." Many people sucked in a cold breath. Although Yi Xing's performance at the Summit of Geniuses was very good, his limelight had been overshadowed by Wei Qingxian. Moreover, most of the martial artists were not present to watch, so they did not have a direct understanding of Yi Xing's strength. In the hearts of the Ye family's martial artists, Yi Xing was very good, but he was still far from reaching Yi Yunlong's level. Yi Yunlong was last year's heaven's favored son. Moreover, he had obtained an extremely rare and precious medicinal herb in the hunting competition, allowing his cultivation to successfully break through to the 6th stage of the martial path. His strength had greatly increased, and he had once again obtained the title of heaven's favored son. Although Yi Xing's cultivation had also reached the 5th stage, most of the Yi clan's martial artists did not believe that Yi Xing had the strength to fight with Yi Yunlong. Yi Yunlong had long expected that Yi Xing would challenge him. Early on at the Summit of Geniuses, Yi Yunlong had already seen Yi Xing's strength and already had the qualifications to challenge him. Now that Yi Xing's cultivation had broken through to the 5th stage, there was no reason not to challenge him. If Yi Yunlong's cultivation was still at the peak of the 5th stage, he would definitely have no confidence in winning against Yi Xing's challenge. However, his cultivation had already broken through to the 6th stage of the martial path, and he was once again on equal footing with Guijian and Xiong Qifeng. He was the heaven's favored son of heaven in celestial Azure City, so Yi Yunlong was extremely confident that he would not lose. Although Yi Xing's combat strength was very strong, he would prove that he, Yi Yunlong, would only be surpassed once by a rising star. He would definitely not be surpassed a second time. Yi Yunlong took a few steps forward and looked at Yi Xing with a complicated gaze. Although he was confident in his heart that he would definitely win against Yi Xing, Yi Yunlong's heart was filled with emotions. 3 months ago, Yi Yunlong was in Qingye village and witnessed Yi Xing's rise with his own eyes. At that time, Yi Yunlong was high and mighty, and in his eyes, Yi Xing was just an outstanding person among the younger generation of the branch family. Never would he have thought that in just 3 months, Yi Xing, who was once an insignificant person in his eyes, would actually reach the level where he could compete with him on the stage. Suppressing the complicated thoughts in his mind, Yi Yunlong said, "Junior brother Yi Xing has reached the 5th stage of the martial path. I'm sure your strength has improved a lot. Let me see what you're capable of." The martial pavilion elder glanced at Yi Xing and Yi Yunlong, then waved his hand and said, "Begin." Middle grade body tempering technique, bronze formula. Middle grade martial technique, roaring tiger fist. Bronze formula large mastery. Above large mastery of roaring tiger fist. Yi Yunlong's clothes were instantly torn apart, revealing his bronze-colored muscles. He punched out, tiger's roar. When he fought Yi Yundai, Yi Yunlong did not use the physical strength of the bronze formula. But when he fought Yi Xing, even if Yi Yunlong was full of confidence, he still had to use his full strength. A 6th stage martial artist's inner strength had already been refined into their skin. With just a touch, they could use their inner strength to injure others. It was extremely powerful. Coupled with the large success of the bronze formula and the power of the tiger's roar, the power of this punch was absolutely terrifying. Unless it was someone with heaven-defying battle strength, no 5th stage martial artist would be able to block Yi Yunlong's punch. But Yi Xing happened to be someone with heaven-defying battle strength. The moment Yi Yunlong attacked, Yi Xing also attacked at the same time, punching out. Although he did not intentionally shake his body and tear his clothes, the bronze-like skin on his neck and palms, as well as the tiger's roar, proved that he and Yi Yunlong were using the same body tempering technique and the same martial technique. This made all the martial artists present stunned. Yi Xing was actually using the same body tempering technique and martial technique to fight against Yi Yunlong, who was at the 6th stage of the martial path. If Yi Xing used a martial technique that focused on variations to fight against Yi Yunlong, with Yi Xing's martial technique at the perfection stage, the martial artists felt that Yi Xing still had the strength to fight against Yi Yunlong. But using the same body tempering technique and martial technique to fight head-on, no one was optimistic about it. In the eyes of the martial artists, with this kind of fighting style, Yi Xing would probably be defeated by Yi Yunlong in just one move. He might even be seriously injured by the inner strength backlash. Yi Xing's inner strength circulated, fully displaying his martial technique. With the bronze formula at the perfection stage and the tiger's roar at the perfection stage combined, Yi Xing's punch was extremely powerful and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided with each other. Boom! The terrifying collision produced a loud explosion. A miserable groan sounded and a figure flew backward, directly sent flying by the terrifying force. The martial artists were stunned. The one who was sent flying was actually Yi Yunlong. Yi Yunlong retracted his fist as if he had been electrocuted. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. With just one punch, not only was he sent flying, he was also injured by Yi Xing. Who was the number one elite disciple? There was no suspense. Yi Xing was already the number one junior of the Yi clan. He could make a request to the clan. What request would Yi Xing make? Can any brother guess? Please recommend me. Tomorrow's plot will be even more exciting. Chapter 62. Yi Yunlong flew back 10 meters and landed on the ground. He took a few more steps back before he could stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with disbelief. 3 months ago, Yi Xing was just an insignificant person in Yi Yunlong's eyes. Now, in just 3 months, Yi Xing's strength had surpassed his and defeated him with just one punch. Yi Yunlong, who was full of confidence, never expected such an outcome. He was deeply shocked. The entire martial arts hall square was also silent. Only a few gasps could be heard. I didn't see wrongly, right? Yi Xing only used one punch to send Brother Yunlong flying? After a full breath of time, someone cried out in surprise. No one answered. Although the truth had happened in front of their eyes, the result was too shocking. Even the family elders were shocked. Their reactions were not much better than the younger disciples. The only one who looked normal was Yi Xing. He cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yunlong, thank you for letting me win." Yi Xing, your bronze secret art has reached the perfection realm? Yi Yunlong felt the pain from his fist and looked at Yi Xing in disbelief. Yi Xing nodded and said slowly, "In the Emerald Cloud Mountains, I encountered some opportunities and got some herbs that were useful for refining the body. Luckily, I cultivated the bronze secret art to the perfection realm." Ordinary martial artists could not see Yi Xing's bronze secret art attainments, but martial Dao masters could definitely tell from the battle between Yi Xing and Yi Yunlong. There was nothing to hide. Another round of gasps rang out. If one wanted to cultivate a body-refining cultivation method to a high level, talent alone was not enough. No matter how monstrous a martial arts genius was, there was no way to casually cultivate a body-refining cultivation method to perfection. Instead, one needed resources. Yi Yunlong was the young master of the Yi clan. His father, Yi Wendao, was not only the patriarch of the Yi clan, but also a rank 7 martial Dao master. The cultivation resources that he had were definitely the best among the younger generation of the Yi clan. Yet, he had not been able to cultivate the bronze tactics to perfection. One could only imagine how difficult it was. However, Yi Xing did it. How could this not shock all the disciples? In the eyes of the disciples, although Yi Xing was lucky, what he encountered was definitely a great opportunity. This caused the disciples to look at Yi Xing with envy. Yi Yunlong's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. He said, "The roaring tiger fist to perfection, and the bronze tactics to perfection. It seems that my loss was not unjustified." Yi Yunlong sighed, his expression desolate. He said in a melancholy tone, "My cultivation has stepped into the rank 6 martial Dao realm. I thought that I could once again be on par with Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng. In the end, I couldn't even keep the first place among the younger generation of the Yi clan. It seems that I really fell behind." Yi Yunlong's attitude was clearly admitting that he had lost. Although he still had the strength to continue fighting, he understood that Yi Xing's strength was indeed above his. Continuing to fight would not change the result. Seeing Yi Yunlong's negative attitude, Yi Xing said, "Senior brother Yunlong, the key to cultivating the martial Tao is not to compare with others, but to compare with yourself. If you compare with others in everything, even a martial Tao grandmaster would be ashamed in front of a martial Tao grandmaster. In front of a martial saint, even a martial Tao grandmaster would feel proud and depressed. Senior brother Yunlong, why do you have to worry about falling behind? This is only a temporary thing. As long as you persevere, focus on the martial Tao, and continue to surpass yourself, you will definitely achieve great things in the future." Yi Yunlong's eyes lit up when he heard this. On the elders' stand where the upper echelons of the Yi clan were seated, there was a praise, "Well said." The speaker was the patriarch of the Yi clan, Yi Wendao. Compared to other rank 7 martial Tao grandmasters, Yi Wendao's aptitude was not outstanding. He was only a 6-star martial Tao grandmaster, similar to some of the rank 6 elders in the Yi clan. In his youth, although Yi Wendao was an extraordinary genius, he could not be considered at the peak. That was because the Xiong clan and the Wei clan both had 7-star martial Tao grandmasters of the same generation as him. They had always suppressed him. In his youth, Yi Wendao could not be considered the number 1 junior of the Yi clan. There were some 6-star martial Tao grandmasters who had performed extremely well in the early stages, and their cultivation and strength surpassed him. However, Yi Wendao didn't become dispirited because he couldn't compare to others. Instead, his heart remained firm in his pursuit of martial arts. He slowly advanced on the path of martial arts, one step at a time. In the blink of an eye, after cultivating for 20 years, Yi Wendao had successfully broken through to the rank 7 martial Tao grandmaster. As for the other 6-star martial Tao grandmasters, they had either stopped at the early rank 6 martial Tao grandmasters, the mid-rank 6 martial Tao grandmasters, or the late rank 6 martial Tao grandmasters. Because of this, Yi Wendao did not place as much importance on talent as other cultivators. He had a very high opinion of Yi Xing. Now that Yi Xing had said these words, he was full of praise for Yi Xing. Although his son, Yi Yunlong, had been defeated by Yi Xing, Yi Wendao did not feel any dissatisfaction with Yi Xing because of this. As the patriarch, Yi Wendao wanted to see the Ye family prosper and have more talents. He did not want to be jealous of others who were better than his son. Yi Yunlong had an ashamed expression. His father had taught him this principle before, but he had not taken it to heart. Today, Yi Xing had reminded him again. Many thanks for senior brother Yi Xing's pointers. Yi Yunlong bowed deeply to Yi Xing as he spoke in a sincere tone. His dispirited expression had already disappeared. From the way he addressed Yi Xing, one could tell that Yi Yunlong was deeply impressed by him. He had wholeheartedly accepted his defeat. After Yi Yunlong finished speaking, he left the center of the square. The martial pavilion elder, Yi Wentian, looked at Yi Xing with admiration and announced, "The number 1 elite disciple of our clan has changed hands. Yi Xing is the new number 1. Big brother Xing is mighty. Big brother Xing is the best." An excited voice rang out. It was Yi Feng, who was among the disciples at the edge of the square, shouting excitedly. Of course, Yi Feng was excited. He had originally thought that Yi Xing had fallen in the Green Cloud Mountain range. In the end, Yi Xing had returned alive. This was enough to make him happy. Now, Yi Xing had even defeated Yi Yunlong and become the number 1 elite disciple of the Yi clan. Yi Feng had always worshipped Yi Xing. At this moment, how could he not be emotional? Naturally, he shouted excitedly. Among the younger disciples of the Yi clan, the main clan disciples were the absolute masters. 90% of the elite disciples were disciples of the main clan. Before Yi Xing's rise, the top 10 elite disciples were all disciples of the main clan. However, ever since Yi Xing, a branch clan disciple, came to the Yi clan, the situation changed. Although Yi Xing was a branch clan disciple, he was doing very well in the main clan. Not only did he become an elite disciple, he even rushed into the top 10 elite disciples. Today, he had even become the #1 elite disciple. In the eyes of the branch clan disciples, Yixing was a legend. He was their role model. Like Yifeng, there were many branch clan disciples who worshipped Yixing. There were even many disciples who did not share the same surname who viewed Yixing as their idol. Following Yifeng's shout, a large group of branch clan disciples and disciples with other surnames immediately shouted excitedly. Big Brother Xing is mighty. Big Brother Xing is the best. It was because of Yixing's background that he was so popular among the branch clan disciples and disciples with other surnames. As for the main clan disciples, most of them admired and envied Yixing. However, there were a small number of them who were depressed. They were not convinced that a branch clan disciple had become #1 and stood above all the other disciples. However, although they were not convinced, no one dared to challenge Yixing and kick Yixing out of the #1 position. Yixing's popularity among the disciples surprised many elders. Yi Wentian waited for 10 breaths of time. When the shouts of the disciples gradually died down, he raised his hand to silence the crowd. Yi Wentian looked at Yixing and said, "Yixing, you have become the #1 elite disciple. You are rewarded with 10 hours of martial arts on the 3rd level of the martial pavilion. Furthermore, you can make a request to the clan. As long as it is within the clan's power, the clan leader will definitely agree to it." Yixing's eyes lit up. He cupped his fists towards Yi Wentian and said, "Thank you, elder." Following which, Yixing bowed towards Yi Wentian and said, "Clan leader, as long as it is within the clan's power, you will definitely agree to this disciple's request?" Yi Wentian smiled as he looked at Yixing. He nodded and said, "That's right. Tell me what you want the most." Yixing's gaze swept past Yi Wentian. He smiled and said, "This disciple wants to challenge Elder Yi Wentian to see who is better." Yi Wentian's smile froze on his face. The many elders of the Ye family were also dumbfounded at this moment. As for the Yi clan disciples, they were all petrified. They looked at Yixing in disbelief. The elders of the clan were the upper echelons of the clan. Their cultivation was above the 6th stage of the martial path. Yi Wentian's cultivation was even at the middle stage of the 6th stage. Furthermore, Yi Wentian was already over 60 years old. He had been cultivating for over 40 years. Regardless of whether it was martial techniques, movement techniques, or body refining techniques, he had relatively high attainments. He was much better than the younger generation of 6th stage martial artists. Unless it was those young elders who had just been promoted to elder, their strength would not be much different from the younger generation of 6th stage martial artists. There were no weaklings among the older generation of elders who were over 40 years old. Every one of them was an expert. Yi Yunlong had just stepped into the 6th stage of the martial path. On the other hand, Yi Wentian had been at the 6th stage of the martial path for over 40 years. The difference in strength between the two was definitely huge. Although Yixing easily defeated Yi Yunlong, regardless of whether it was the elders or the younger generation of disciples, none of them thought that Yixing had the strength to challenge the elders of the clan. Therefore, Yixing's request to the clan was to challenge Elder Yi Wentian. This was too out of everyone's expectations. This is simply crazy. All the disciples thought in their hearts. There was actually a brother who guessed Yixing's request. Awesome. Chapter 63. As for Yixing, he had already made up his mind to challenge Yi Wentian when he heard from the 2 maids that the champion could make a request to the family. Although Yixing suspected that Yi Wentian had colluded with Xiong Baotian, he had no evidence and could not speak carelessly. Moreover, Yi Wentian was an elder of the family and had an extraordinary status. On the other hand, Yixing was only a junior. Even if he had the same strength as Yi Wentian, he did not have the qualifications to challenge Yi Wentian. The difference in status was too great. Without a suitable reason, he could not challenge Yi Weining. However, now that Yi Xing had won first place among the elite disciples, he had the opportunity to make a request to the family. That was different. Moreover, Yi Wendao had said that as long as it was within the power of the family, they would definitely agree. They only wanted Yi Weining to come up and fight with him. It was not like they wanted Yi Weining to stand there and let Yi Xing beat him up. This was definitely not something beyond the power of the family. Yi Wendao looked at Yi Xing in confusion and said, "Yi Xing, you only have one chance to make a request to the family. Whether it is a divine weapon or rare herbs, as long as the family has it, it will be rewarded to you. Perhaps there is some conflict between you and Elder Weining and you want to challenge him to vent your anger. However, your strength may not be comparable to Elder Weining's and you may not be able to vent your anger. Instead, you will be taught a lesson by Elder Weining. Moreover, even if you are comparable to him, you will not gain any benefits and will waste this opportunity. Yi Xing, you better think carefully." Yi Xing did not consider and said with a determined expression, "I have decided to challenge Elder Yi Weining." Yi Weining's face was as black as ink and as gloomy as water. It was as if a dark cloud had enveloped him. He was a dignified elder, yet he was actually called out and challenged by a junior, Yi Xing, in front of so many higher-ups and junior disciples of the clan. This was simply a slap to the face, and it caused him to lose all face. He waved his sleeves and snorted coldly. What right does a junior have to challenge an elder? He does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. With my status, how can I compete with a child like him? Humph. If Yi Xing were to be taught a lesson in private, he would be willing to step in. However, in front of so many people, he could not afford to lose face if he, an elder, were to fight with a junior disciple like Yi Xing. Yi Weining's rejection was within Ye's expectations. A smile hung on Yi Xing's face. He said, "Elder Yi, if it's within the family's power, you must." "Elder, for you to accept the challenge, is it? Unless, you don't dare." At this point, Yi Xing directly laughed out loud. "Huh. Elder Yi Weining, if you don't dare, then there's no need to accept the challenge. You can just admit defeat." Even if Yi Weining did not collude with Xiong Bao Tian, just based on Yi Weining's attitude towards Yi Xing and Yi Feng, Yi Xing did not feel sorry for ruining Yi Weining's face today. Moreover, if Yi Weining really colluded with Xiong Bao Tian, Yi Xing slapping his old face today was already letting him off lightly. Who wanted Yi Xing's life? Yi Xing wanted to return the favor and make the other party pay the price with his life. Yi Weining was checkmated by Yi Xing and was fuming with anger. He said angrily, "Who do you think you are? Why wouldn't I dare? It's just that." However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Wendao had already interrupted him. "Elder Weining, agree to a request of the top elite disciple. This is the family's promise. You don't have to refuse anymore. Go up and duel with Yi Xing, teach him a lesson and let the younger disciples see the strength of the family's elders." Even though Yi Wendao thought highly of Yi Xing's insistence on challenging the family's elders was clearly a little disrespectful. This made him, the family's leader, feel a little angry. However, Yi Xing was right. It was not beyond the family's power to make Yi Weining accept the challenge. Therefore, since Yi Xing only had this one request and the family had already made a promise, they naturally had to fulfill it. Since Yi Wendao had said this, Yi Weining naturally could not refuse. Furthermore, Yi Wendao's words had also given him a way out and saved him a lot of face. Although he was an elder in his 60s and dueling with a junior in his teens was not something to be proud of, Yi Wendao had spoken. After all, he was following the family's leader's instructions. This made his face look much better. "Alright, since the family's leader has spoken, then I will go and teach this unfilial disciple a lesson. I will let him know the consequences of disrespecting his elders." Yi Weining stood up and spoke in a sinister voice. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Yi Xing. His deep gaze concealed a trace of viciousness. Since a duel with Yi Xing was unavoidable, and it was disgraceful, then, he would take advantage of this opportunity to vent the anger in his heart and teach Yi Xing a lesson. In Yi Weining's heart, he hated Yi Xing very much. Not because of anything else, but because his grandson, Yi Yunkong, had died in the beast tide. This made him feel very uncomfortable. However, Yi Xing, who had been confirmed to have died in the Green Cloud Mountain range, had returned alive. This already made Yi Weining feel very dissatisfied and hateful. Furthermore, Yi Xing had purposely humiliated him in front of so many Ye family practitioners. This made him hate him even more. He could not wait for Yi Xing to die. Middle grade Qinggong, agile monkey warp. Yi Weining leaped down from the elder's stand. His body was as agile as an agile monkey. In the blink of an eye, he landed in the square and walked towards Yi Xing step by step. His steps were very slow. However, when he landed, there was not the slightest sound. It was like a huge mountain pressing down silently. Yi Weining's eagle eyes locked onto Yi Xing. They were extremely sinister and terrifying. The juniors in the square all felt a terrifying pressure. All of them held their breaths. The surroundings were silent. All the disciples were focused. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the center of the square without blinking. They were waiting for the battle between Yi Xing and Yi Weining. Branch family disciples are indeed branch family disciples. Once they have some achievements, they become arrogant. They actually dare to challenge an elder. They really don't know their limits. How can a junior disciple compare to an elder of the family? Humph. He will be beaten up very badly. Some of the main family disciples who were not satisfied with Yi Xing smiled when they saw Yi Xing taking the initiative to challenge Yi Weining. In their opinion, Yi Xing was simply looking for a fight to the death. He was purely looking for a beating. As for the disciples who idolized Yi Xing, their hearts were pounding. Challenging an elder was too shocking. At the same time, it made their blood boil. However, they knew how powerful an elder was. At the same time, they were also very nervous about Yi Xing's battle. Yi Weining stood 3 feet away from Yi Xing. He sneered and said coldly, "Kid, you are arrogant and ignorant. However, this old man will not lower himself to your level. Although I am here to teach you a lesson under the orders of the Patriarch, I will not take advantage of an arrogant junior like you. You make the first move. This old man will let you make 3 moves first. After that, I will teach you a lesson." Although Yi Xing defeated Yi Yunlong and surprised Yi Weining still had 100% confidence in his own strength. He did not see Yi Xing as an opponent. In fact, he even looked down on him. Yi Xing did not move at all in the face of Yi Weining's pressure. His expression was as calm as a mountain. His eyes were like swords as he stared at Yi Weining. He scanned Yi Weining's figure into his super brain and observed all of Yi Weining's changes. Then, he asked, "Yi Weining, what is your relationship with Xiong Baotian?" Yi Xing didn't respond to Yi Weining's question at all, but this sudden question caused Yi Weining's heart to tremble, and his inner breathing changed greatly. Even on his face, there was a slight change that was hard to detect. His eyes even flickered slightly. Yi Weining was shocked. Extremely shocked. Xiong Baotian had been schemed against by Yi Xing in the Emerald Cloud Mountains. He had been hit by 2 arrows and had fled in embarrassment. Naturally, he would not reveal such an embarrassing matter to anyone. Therefore, Yi Weining did not know that Xiong Baotian had met Yi Xing in the Emerald Cloud Mountains. In Yi Weining's opinion, Xiong Baotian had definitely not met Yi Xing. If they had met, Xiong Baotian was a 7th-level martial Dao master. Yi Xing would not have survived. That shocked Yi Weining. Why would Yi Xing ask about Xiong Baotian in front of him? If there was no reason, he would not have asked. Suddenly, Yi Weining thought of a possibility, and it was the only possibility. While he was shocked in his heart, a raging flame of anger burned in his heart. Yi Yunkong. Yi Yunkong knew that he was in contact with Xiong Baotian. Yi Weining did not believe that Yi Xing and Xiong Baotian had met. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Yi Xing had heard the news from Yi Yunkong. In Yi Weining's opinion, Yi Yunkong did not die in the beast horde. Instead, he was killed by Yi Xing. How could he not be angry? Even though Yi Weining was shocked and angry, and his inner breath went berserk, he tried his best to hide it. His expression was normal. Xiong Baotian is a martial Dao master of the Xiong family. What relationship do I have with him? Humph. Arrogant brat, don't bother about him. Stall for time and make your move. Yi Weining said coldly. The viciousness in his eyes intensified. He was thinking about how he could accidentally kill Yi Xing to avenge Yi Yunkong. Shameless old man. The super brain scanned Yi Weining. Yi Xing knew the changes in Yi Weining's inner breath. He already had an answer in his heart. He shouted coldly. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing stepped on the Big Dipper and dashed towards Yi Weining like a phantom. Yi Xing threw a punch. The roar of a tiger could be heard. Like a ferocious tiger, he was unstoppable. Middle-grade Qigong movement skill, 7-star steps. Middle-grade martial arts technique, roaring tiger fist. Yi Weining was indeed in cahoots with Xiong Baotian. Although Yi Xing could not kill Yi Weining because he had no evidence, he had to use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Yi Xing attacked with all his might. He did not show any mercy. Once he reached Changsha, he started writing diligently. Although he only updated once a day, the effort he put in was much more than the effort he put in writing every day. Brothers, please forgive me. When I return to Shenyang, everything will be better. During the public period, Archer God needs your support. If you like Archer God, please recommend me. Thank you. Thank you to Midnight Breeze, Book Friend 1410133132320557, Peter's Club, Ghost Cat, Chen Ci Lazy Toon, Xian Z95, Heavenly Moon Wolf, Murderous Beauty, Jia, Memory of the Past, Dark Night's Sorrow, Zero Gudong Zero, LOL and many other brothers' tips. Thank you very much. Chapter 64.7 Stars Steps at the Perfect Stage. Roaring Tiger Fist at the Perfect Stage. Yi Xing moved like lightning with a thunderous momentum. Following the roar of the tiger, a huge fist flew out like lightning towards Yi Weining's face. Yi Xing wanted to slap this shameless old man's face. However, Yi Xing's fist missed. Yi Weining's body swayed and he leaped away like an agile monkey. Middle-grade movement technique, Agile Ape Steps. Agile Ape Steps was a movement technique that went hand in hand with Agile Ape Maneuver. Agile Ape Maneuver was a movement technique that was good at long-distance speed. Agile Ape Steps was a movement technique that was good at small changes. Roaring Tiger Fist. Yi Xing used the 7 stars steps and he caught up with Yi Weining's dodging body like lightning. He threw another punch. Yi Weining's Agile Ape Steps was profound and his inner force was dense. His speed was faster than Yi Xing's and he dodged continuously. He. Yi Weining sneered and said disdainfully while dodging, "Arrogant kid, with your speed, you can't even touch my clothes even if you throw out 100 punches." In terms of attainment, Yi Weining's Agile Ape Steps was on par with Yi Xing. However, Yi Weining was a mid-stage stage 6 martial artist. Not only was his inner force very dense, but he had also cultivated it to the level of skin membrane. Therefore, his speed was faster than Yi Xing. Yi Weining said that he would let Yi Xing make 3 moves first. Now, 2 moves had passed and Yi Xing hadn't even touched his clothes. Is that so? Just as Yi Weining finished speaking, Yi Xing sneered. He continued to use the Big Dipper steps, but his speed suddenly increased by a notch. Yixing infused the wind force into the 7 stars step. Yixing's 7 stars step was already close to reaching the transcendent state, so when he infused the wind force into it, he was on the verge of reaching the transcendent state. The perfection 7 stars steps was unbelievably fast. Yi Weining's expression changed from a sneer to shock. As Yixing's perfection stage, Yixing's punch had landed on Yi Weining's face. Yixing's roaring tiger fist, which was at the perfection stage, combined with his powerful internal force and his bronze tactics perfection stage body, was terrifying. Even though Yi Weining's inner force had reached the level of his skin and his defense was extremely strong, he still spat out a mouthful of blood from Yixing's punch. As his body was sent flying, he also spat out a few broken teeth. Regardless of whether it was the elders of the Yi clan or the younger disciples, they were all shocked at this moment. Their eyes widened. The entire place fell silent. Only the sound of the impact and Yi Weining's landing could be heard. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Yi Weining said he would let Yixing have 3 moves. In the end, he was hit by Yixing and spat out blood and broken teeth. The result was unbelievable. Not to mention the younger generation, even the family elders couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although Yi Weining wasn't the strongest elder in the Yi clan, he wasn't weak. His mid-grade Qigong and martial arts techniques were all cultivated to the perfection stage. Yet, he was injured by Yixing in 3 moves. This was out of the expectations of the Yi clan elders. At this moment, Yixing clapped his hands and slowly said, "Elder Yi Weining, one must know one's own limits. If you don't have the qualifications to give way, then don't give way. You said you would give me 3 moves, but in the end, you were beaten to a pulp by me in 3 moves. Fortunately, I held back my strength in the last punch, otherwise I would have accidentally killed you. How embarrassing would that be for this junior?" Many elders' faces twitched. In front of so many people in the Yi clan, Yixing's words were too insulting. He had completely trampled on Yi Weining's face. It was more damaging to Yi Weining than to follow up with another punch. It was like stabbing Yi Weining with a knife. Yi Weining landed a few feet away from Yixing. The veins on his neck bulged. His face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with anger. He was about to go crazy. He was a dignified elder. Yet, he was beaten by a junior disciple to the point where he spat out blood. Moreover, his teeth were broken. This was a complete loss of face for him. He felt extremely humiliated. Yi Weining regretted it. He shouldn't have underestimated Yixing. If he had been more cautious and alert, even if Yixing's 7 stars steps had reached perfection, he would have been able to block Yixing's punch. Hateful. Hateful. Yi Weining's anger exploded. His hatred for Yixing was even more intense. His eyes were slightly red and the strong killing intent in his heart was about to leak out. "Little bastard, today I will destroy you." Yi Weining roared. His aura rose as he swept a cold glance at Yixing. Like an agile ape, he rushed towards Yixing and chopped down with his palm. Mountain-splitting palm, Monkey King's rock-splitting. Compared to the move Monkey King Scatters Rock that Yi Weining had used against Yixing before, this move was even more powerful. Last time, Yi Weining only attacked because he was angered by Yixing's injuries and wanted to teach Yixing a lesson. However, this time, Yi Weining was blinded by his killing intent. He wanted to kill Yixing in one fell swoop to vent the hatred in his heart. The same move, Monkey King Scatters Rock. Regardless of strength, speed, or aura, Yi Weining's execution this time was much more powerful than before. Furthermore, this time, Yi Weining's palm was not aimed at Yixing's shoulder, but Yixing's forehead. If this palm were to hit, Yixing's head would explode. This caused many of the junior disciples to exclaim in shock. Patriarch Yi Wendao and many of the family elders' expressions changed as well. Although they were a little displeased by Yi Xing's disrespect for his elders in front of Yi Weining, they had to admit that Yi Xing's strength was beyond their expectations. Naturally, they did not want anything to happen to Yi Xing, a prodigy of the younger generation with such incredible strength. However, no one could stop Yi Weining in time. The corner of Yi Xing's mouth curled up. He had expected Yi Weining to continue attacking. Moreover, with the scan of his super brain, it would be harder for Yi Weining's palm to hit him than to reach the heavens, let alone hit his head. Yi Xing used the Big Dipper step and integrated the force of the wind into his body. He was extremely fast and retreated 1.5 feet in an instant. Yi Weining's palm was only an inch away from Yi Xing. The former's internal force could only reach Yi Xing's skin, but it couldn't penetrate his body. It was only an inch away from Yi Xing, so it couldn't hurt him at all. Seeing that Yi Xing had dodged so quickly, Yi Weining was shocked. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. He instantly changed his move. The palm that was chopping down stopped and fiercely pushed forward to hit Yi Xing's chest. The change in this move was fast and ruthless. Furthermore, it was very skillful. This was something that could only be done when one's martial skills reached the great perfection realm. One could change their move at any time. Soft bone palm. Yi Xing did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. His hands were soft as if they were boneless as they slapped towards Yi Weining's palms. The current Yi Xing was no longer the same as before. Yi Weining's palm strength was instantly reduced by about 70 to 80%. In that instant, Yi Xing and Yi Weining made the same reaction. Their bodies leaped up and their legs were like the wind, ruthlessly lashing out at each other. Middle-grade martial skill, Chasing Wind Kick. Yi Weining's Chasing Wind Kick was close to the Great Perfection Realm. Yi Xing's Chasing Wind Kick was at the Great Perfection Realm and had even merged with the force of the wind. Even though Yi Weining's cultivation was higher, the speed of his leg was still faster than Yi Xing's. He kicked Yi Weining's chest first. Bang! Yi Weining was instantly sent flying by Yi Xing's leg. His leg that was aimed at Yi Xing naturally missed. Exclamations came from all around. Yi Weining was actually injured by Yi Xing for the second time. If the first time, Yi Weining was hit by Yi Xing's punch because he had let down his guard against Yi Xing, then this time, it was completely due to the difference in strength. Whoosh! The moment Yi Weining was sent flying by Yi Xing landed on the ground and his body leaped out like lightning. Yi Xing leaped over 10 meters. While his body was still in mid-air, he did a flip and suddenly lashed out with his leg. This leg came from top to bottom like a long pole. It was still the Chasing Wind Kick. The speed of his leg was like the wind. Yi Xing was sure that after Yi Weining was injured by him twice, the family would not allow them to continue fighting. However, he did not want to let Yi Weining off so easily. Therefore, he took advantage of the fact that no one in the family said that the duel was over to attack Yi Weining again. This kick was not light. If Yi Weining was hit, he would definitely be severely injured. Not to mention the shock on the faces of the younger generation, even the family elders were shocked and could not help but exclaim. An elder was seriously injured by a younger generation in front of so many people. What dignity would he have in the future? Patriarch Yuandao immediately rose to his feet and yelled, "Stop it, brothers, you are too awesome." Heavenly Arrow God's update today was a little late, but the brothers still managed to get Heavenly Arrow God onto the overall ranking. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pity that the recommendation votes are still 2 places away from the overall ranking. It's only about 100 votes away. Brothers, please vote for Heavenly Arrow God if you have any recommendation votes. Let Heavenly Arrow God onto both rankings. Thank you. Chapter 65. However, by the time Yuandao spoke, it was already too late. Just as he spoke, Yi Xing's leg had already landed on Yi Weining's body. Bang! Yi Weining's body, which had been retreating in the air, suddenly changed direction and fell straight down. He landed heavily on the ground with a loud bang. The force of the impact was too terrifying. The hard floor beneath Yi Weining's body instantly shattered and spiderweb-like cracks appeared. As for Yi Weining, he had first been attacked by Yi Xing's leg and then landed heavily on the ground. Even though he was a level 6 martial artist who had refined his inner strength into his skin, he could not withstand the impact. He was severely injured and spat out a large mouthful of blood. After that kick, Yi Xing did not attack Yi Weining ruthlessly again. The previous kick was because Yi Wendao had spoken too late, so it was still acceptable. Now that Yi Wendao had already called for him to stop, if Yi Xing attacked again, it would not only be maliciously attacking an elder, it would also be disrespecting the clan leader. Even though he was the top elite disciple, the clan could not tolerate him without any bottom line. Yi Xing landed lightly on the ground. He ignored Yi Weining, who was lying on the ground and spitting out blood. Instead, he cupped his fists and said to Yi Wendao. This disciple did not hold back in time and injured elder Yi Weining. Clan leader, please punish me. Although his words were tactful, all the martial artists present found it strange when they heard it. To be able to become an elder in the clan, seniority alone was not enough. One also needed great strength. A junior disciple had accidentally injured an elder in the clan. This was simply a fantasy. However, in Yi Xing's case, this had become a reality. A child had competed with an adult, but in the end, he had injured the adult. How was this child to be punished? As a junior in the clan, Yi Xing was like a child in front of Yi Weining. And Yi Weining was the adult in front of the child. No matter what, this matter was a loss of face for the adults. They could only blame the adults for not living up to expectations. How could they blame the children for injuring them? Although that was the case, Yi Xing heavily injured Yi Weining, which made the elders of the family very unhappy. After all, Yi Weining was an elder of the family and represented the elders of the Yi clan. Yi Weining being ruthlessly beaten up by Yi Xing not only caused him to lose face, but also caused the other elders of the family to lose face. Therefore, 9 out of 10 elders in the family did not like Yi Xing, and more than half of them were very angry with Yi Xing. In particular, some of the family elders who had a good relationship with Yi Xing were even more furious and angrily rebuked Yi Xing. What a vicious brat. How dare he beat up a clan elder in public? How arrogant. Too arrogant. This is simply lawless. If we don't punish such an arrogant person, what rules do we have in the Yi clan? This lad has no respect for his elders and is vicious and merciless. If he can do this to Elder Weining today, he will trample on the elders of the other families in the future. Faced with the angry rebukes of the family elders, Yi Xing's expression was normal and his heart was as calm as water. He did not panic in the slightest. Although he had been vicious to Yi Weining, he did not go too far. When Yi Wendao spoke, he stopped and did not go against Yi Wendao's authority. At this moment, the Zishan Academy was recruiting students. The family needed powerful elites of the younger generation to represent the family in the recruitment competition. As long as Yi Wendao prioritized the family, he would not punish Yi Xing, who clearly did not do anything wrong. Coincidentally, Yi Wendao was a patriarch who prioritized the family. Yi Xing was very sure that Yi Wendao would not punish him severely for injuring Yi Weining in the duel. Yi Xing's gaze swept across the elders who had rebuked him and loudly said, "Disciple and elder Yi Weining had a fair duel. Disciple did not use any tricks, poison, or underhanded tricks. I won the duel with my true strength. What rules did I break?" Elder Yi Weining was injured by Disciple because his skills were not as good as mine. Other than proving that his strength is too useless, what else can it prove? Yi Weining, who had just stabilized his internal energy and was being helped up by Elder Yi Wentian, was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. His old face had been slapped into nothingness by Yi Xing. As for the elders who had rebuked Yixing, they were all furious. Their faces and necks were red with anger. Enough. Yuan-Dao waved his hand and stopped the elders who were about to go crazy. He said, Yixing is right. In this duel, he did not use any tricks, poison, or underhanded tricks. He won fair and square with his true strength. Elder Weining was injured because his skills were not as good as his opponent. You cannot blame Yixing, the patriarch's position and power were above the elders. When Yuan-Dao said this, the elders who were about to go crazy from anger shut their mouths and swallowed their anger. Yixing smiled faintly in his heart. Yuan-Dao's attitude was within his expectations. However, Yuan-Dao did not finish his words. His tone changed as he said, however, Elder Weining is still an elder of the family. Yixing did not accidentally injure him. He did it on purpose. It is indeed disrespectful to the elders and disrespectful. Yuan-Dao's words made the elders who had been swallowing their anger brighten. They also received the approval of all the elders of the family. After all, Yixing's arrogance in front of the elders had indeed made them feel disgusted. They felt that Yixing should be punished. Yuan-Dao continued, it's unavoidable for young people to be arrogant. If Yixing's strength is indeed outstanding, and he was able to obtain outstanding results in the Purple Mountain Academy's recruitment competition, then let him be arrogant for a while. However, if he is defeated by Xiong Qifeng and Guijian, it means that he does not have the strength to look down on all the younger generation in Celestial Azure City. If he cannot even look down on the heroes of the younger generation, then his disrespect to the elders of the family is a little too arrogant. After this, he will have to apologize to Elder Yi Weining. The patriarch's words are reasonable. An elder agreed. Xiong Qifeng and Gu Yijian had been in the 6th stage of the martial path for almost a year. Their current cultivation was at least in the middle stage of the 6th stage, or even in the late stage of the 6th stage. Yi Weining's strength was naturally far superior to Yi Yunlong's, who had just stepped into the 6th stage of the martial path. However, he was not necessarily stronger than Xiong Qifeng and Guijian. After all, Xiong Qifeng and Guijian had been in the 6th stage of the martial path for quite some time. A year ago, they already had very high attainments in their martial arts. Now, their attainments would only be higher. They might even have cultivated a mid-grade martial art to perfection. Moreover, Xiong Qifeng and Gu Yijian were both geniuses that the family focused on nurturing. They might even be able to learn high-grade martial arts. Incomplete high-grade martial arts were very difficult to cultivate. Even Yi Weining, who had been cultivating for decades, had not cultivated a single high-grade martial art. This was because the Ye family's high-grade martial arts were all incomplete. However, the Xiong family had a complete high-grade martial art. Gu Yijian's father, the Celestial Azure City Lord, also knew high-grade martial arts. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he would pass it down to Gu Yijian. Once Xiong Qifeng and Gu Yijian grasped high-grade martial arts, their strength should be above Yi Weining. With regards to Yixing's words, all the family elders agreed. If Yixing could defeat Xiong Qifeng and Gu Yijian, then he would be the number one in Celestial Azure City's younger generation. There would be a high chance that he would be recruited into the Purple Mountain Academy's gifted class. The Ye family would also be able to hold their heads up high in the Purple Mountain Academy's recruitment competition. If that was the case, then Yixing's disrespect towards Yi Weining would be a small matter. Being checkmated by Yixing was a little unexpected. It seemed that this family head was not simple. He did things flawlessly, leaving no loopholes for Yixing to exploit. Fortunately, Yixing was 100% confident that he could defeat Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng. Among the younger generation of Celestial Azure City, the only one he saw as a worthy opponent was Wei Qingxian. As the family head commands. Yixing nodded slightly and said confidently. Yuan-Dao nodded at Yixing. The latter's confidence made him value him even more. Today's grand competition will end here. Yixing, you have 10 hours to learn high-grade martial arts on the 3rd level of the Martial Pavilion. I will adjust the time to 5 days. After 5 days, the Purple Mountain Academy's experts will come to Celestial Azure City to recruit students. The difficulty of learning an incomplete high-grade martial arts is extremely high, but you are a martial arts genius. I hope you can learn one so that you will have more confidence in facing Xiong Qifeng and Guijian. Although to Yixing, there was no difference between 10 hours and 5 days on the 3rd level of the Martial Pavilion, Yixing was still very happy with Yi Wendao's adjustment. Yixing cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, family head. This disciple has something to report to you." Everyone looked at Yixing, not knowing what he was going to say to the family head. Yixing nodded. Yixing said, "This disciple met with danger in the Green Cloud Mountains, but managed to turn the misfortune into a blessing. I found some blood dike. My bronze incantation was cultivated to the perfection stage after consuming the blood dike. I brought the extra 10 blood dike out and offered them to the family." Yixing had 30 blood dike on him, but he couldn't hand them all over to the family. The blood dike was his personal belongings. He handed over 10 to the family because Yixing treated him well. Otherwise, Yixing wouldn't have taken them out. As for the other 20 blood dike, Yixing had people he wanted to help. Naturally, he would keep some with him. Blood dike, high-grade medicinal herb blood dike. As soon as Yixing's voice fell, many martial artists cried out in surprise. High-grade medicinal herbs were extremely precious. Yixing actually had 10 blood dike on him. How could the martial artists not be surprised? Who knew how many junior disciples, and even the elders of the family, coveted those 10 blood dams? At the same time, they were incomparably envious of Yixing. To cultivate the bronze incantation to the perfection stage, how many blood dike did he eat? At this moment, Yiwen was also filled with joy. He said, "Blood dike? Good, good. Yixing, you are actually willing to take out such precious medicinal herbs to offer to the family. I have really underestimated you before. You have the Ye family in your heart. Whether or not you beat Xiong Qifeng and Guijian in the recruitment competition, today's matter will be forgotten. Xiong Qifeng, Guijian? I will definitely beat them." Yixing smiled indifferently and said in his heart. He didn't say it out loud. When he was changing his clothes, he had already divided the blood dike into 2 portions. He took out 10 blood dike and gave it to Yi Wendao. Yixing's offering of 10 blood dike to the family changed many people's views of him. Other than the few family elders who were close friends with Yixing, no one had any prejudice against Yixing because of Yi Weiniang's matter. I have arrived at Shenyang. Starting tomorrow, I will resume 2 updates a day. I will continue to write now. After midnight, there will be the first update tomorrow. The recommendation votes have decreased, please give me one. Chapter 66. Celestial City. Ye family's Martial Pavilion, 3rd floor. This was the most important place in the Yi clan. Even the elders of the Yi clan had a time limit and were not allowed to enter as they wished. At this moment, Yixing was on the 3rd floor of the Martial Pavilion, reading martial arts manuals. The Martial Pavilion elder Yi Wentian was beside him. There were not many martial arts manuals on the 3rd floor of the Martial Pavilion, only 7. One of them was an upper-grade cultivation technique called Qingyuan art. Another was an upper-grade cultivation technique called Silver Body Technique. 3 upper-grade martial arts techniques called Heavenly Extinguishing Finger, Thousand Shadows Fist, and Lifeless Sword Art. One was an upper-grade movement technique called 4 Directional Steps. One was an upper-grade movement technique called Traceless Snowflake. These 7 martial arts were all upper-grade, and without exception, they were all incomplete. Yixing already knew the origin of these 7 upper-grade martial arts. They all came from the Purple Mountain Institute. Generations of geniuses from the Yi clan who entered the Purple Mountain Institute learned upper-grade martial arts from the institute. After returning to Celestial City, they wrote the upper-grade martial arts manuals based on their understanding of martial arts. Because the upper-grade martial arts they learned were not complete, they could not write the complete upper-grade martial arts manuals. Every one of them was incomplete. In order to complete these 7 martial arts manuals, the geniuses from the Yi clan who entered the Purple Mountain Institute learned all the upper-grade martial arts manuals in these 7 martial arts manuals. However, the requirement of high-level martial arts was too high. Yi clan only had one genius, Yi Tianjue, 100 years ago, who had cultivated the Qingyuan art to the Great Completion realm. In the end, Yi Tianjue had cultivated to the Great Completion realm, and he had cultivated the Heavenly Finger to the Great Completion realm. During Yi Tianjue's era, the Yi clan was at its peak. They were the #1 martial arts family in Celestial City. Because of Yi Tianjue's improvements, Qingyuan art and Heavenly Extinguishing Finger were relatively more complete. Yi Xing first looked at the Qingyuan art. The Qingyuan art in the secret manual could be cultivated by opening 10 meridians. It was the same as the Xian Qing art that Yi Xing had improved, but it was of little value. This was because the Xianqin skill could directly open up 10 meridians for cultivation, while the Qingyuan skill could only open up 10 meridians when it was cultivated to the Great Accomplishment realm. Otherwise, only 8 meridians could be opened at the Entry realm, and only 9 meridians could be opened at the Minor Accomplishment realm. Actually, the complete Qingyuan art required more than just 10 meridians to be opened. Even the entry level could open 10 meridians. However, the Yi clan's Qingyuan art was incomplete. Thus, not only was the efficiency low, it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. Yi Xing scanned the contents of Qingyuan's skill into his superbrain, and soon, he made a shocking discovery. Compared to other people's incomplete Qingyuan art, he could actually understand it. Furthermore, the superbrain was still perfecting the missing parts of Qingyuan art. Not long after, Qingyuan's skill became a complete upper-class technique that could be cultivated by opening up 12 meridians. The reason for this was directly related to Yi Xing's martial arts knowledge. Yi Xing's superbrain was too powerful. In terms of martial arts theory, it was not weaker than a martial arts master. In terms of deduction, it was far better than a martial arts master. Yi Xing had only cultivated the evergreen art and Xian Qing art. However, he had read all the cultivation techniques in the Yi clan's martial pavilion. Whether it was the lower class or upper class cultivation techniques, Yi Xing had read them all and memorized them in his superbrain. Not only would he never forget them, but his superbrain also understood all the principles behind the cultivation techniques. This greatly enhanced Yi Xing's martial arts knowledge. Martial arts masters could recite a few lower-class or middle-class cultivation techniques, but they might not be able to explain the complete principles behind the cultivation techniques. However, Yi Xing could. Yi Xing had turned every cultivation technique into his own knowledge. Not only did he know them, but he could also understand the principles behind them. The superbrain had such a powerful function that it could complete the deduction of martial arts. From Yi Xing's point of view, Qingyuan's skill was not incomplete. The basic cultivation technique was still there. It only lacked the knowledge to teach people to understand it. Upper-class martial arts were much more difficult than middle-class martial arts. It was unlike middle-class martial arts, where anyone with a certain level of comprehension could learn the secret manual by themselves. Upper-class martial arts could not be learned by oneself if one did not have a high level of comprehension. This was because they could not understand it at all. Therefore, not only did they need the cultivation technique, but they also needed the cultivation experience to impart. This kind of martial arts could only be learned by a master. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to learn if one only had the secret manual without the cultivation experience left behind by their predecessors. The upper-class martial arts of the Yi clan did not lack the cultivation technique, but the cultivation experience of their predecessors. In fact, the cultivation technique was not that incomplete. Yi Xing's biggest advantage over other martial arts practitioners was his superbrain's self-learning advantage. The superbrain could verify and deduce the correct cultivation method based on the principles of other martial arts, allowing Yi Xing to know how to cultivate. Yi Xing could learn things that normal martial arts practitioners could not learn without the guidance of a master. Qingyuan's skill was like that. Even Yi Tianjue, who had cultivated Qingyuan's skill to perfection 100 years ago, did not necessarily have a deeper understanding of Qingyuan's skill than Yi Xing. Therefore, Yi Tianjue's Qingyuan art, which he wrote based on his own cultivation experience, still had some flaws. Yi Xing's super brain, on the other hand, made up for the flaws by deducing the principles of other martial arts. However, when Yi Xing flipped to the last page of the Qingyuan skill manual, he realized that his perfected Qingyuan skill was not complete. The last page recorded that a perfected Qingyuan skill had a total of 6 stages. The first 3 stages increased the number of meridians opened, and the last 3 stages increased the quality of inner strength. Yi Xing's perfected Qingyuan skill was only at the 3rd stage. If he succeeded in cultivating it, he could open 12 meridians. However, it was not enough to increase the quality of inner strength. If he wanted to perfect Qingyuan skill, Yi Xing's current knowledge of martial arts was not enough. He had to go to Mount Indigo Academy to learn more martial arts. Moreover, the complete Qingyuan skill manual was in Mount Indigo Academy. Yi Xing put down the Qingyuan skill manual. He was very satisfied. Although he did not get the complete Qingyuan skill manual, just the part he got was enough to open 12 meridians. It was much stronger than his own Xianqin skill. Yi Xing then picked up the Silver Body Technique manual and read it. It was the same as Qingyuan's skill. In fact, the Silver Body Technique was more complete. However, there were very few cultivation experiences. Even if the Yi clan's martial artists had a cultivation technique, they would not be able to understand it. Therefore, it felt very incomplete. The superbrain also deduced the Silver Body Technique based on the knowledge of the body refining skill and perfected it. Yi Xing's body still had remnants of the blood dam's medicinal effects. The newly learned Qingyuan skill and Silver Body Technique could increase the speed of absorbing these remnants of medicinal effects. Presumably, his cultivation and physical strength would increase rapidly for a period of time. Sky Extinguishing Finger, Thousand Shadow Fist, Lifeless Sword Technique, Four-Sided Steps, Traceless Flying Snow. Yi Xing read through all the martial arts manuals one by one. Yi Wentian wanted to remind Yi Xing that the most important thing in martial arts was the quality, not the quantity. The difficulty of cultivating high-grade martial arts was extremely high, especially the incomplete ones. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was not easy to cultivate even one type. There were only 5 days left until the Purple Mountain Academy's recruitment competition. Do not read this and read that. Only by reading one type and learning one type would there be a possibility of mastering it. However, when he thought of the first time Yi Xing entered the martial pavilion, he reminded him of this. However, Yi Xing obviously did not listen to him and learned many martial arts. In the end, many of them were cultivated to the perfection stage. Therefore, Yi Wentian swallowed the words that were about to come out of his throat. He thought to himself, maybe I really don't understand the world of martial arts geniuses. After the super brain's deduction, Yi Xing gained a lot of benefits. He was certain that as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to cultivate all 7 high-grade martial arts. Moreover, his attainment in them would not be low. However, there were only 5 days left until the Purple Mountain Academy's recruitment competition. No matter how fast the super brain learned martial arts, he would not be able to learn all 7 martial arts before then. Yi Xing pondered for a moment and decided to focus on the Thousand Shadow Fist first. The super brain was the most helpful to the cultivation of martial arts. Moreover, Yi Xing majored in fist and leg techniques. Therefore, the Thousand Shadow Fist was the most suitable choice. Yi Xing, you can stay on the third floor of the martial pavilion for the next 5 days. Why are you leaving so soon? Elder Yi Wentian could not help but ask when he saw that Yi Xing was about to leave the martial pavilion after reading through all 7 manuals once. Yi Xing smiled faintly. He tapped his head with his index finger and said, I have already memorized how to cultivate them. What I need to do next is practice. After leaving the martial pavilion, Yi Xing returned to his residence. For the next 5 days, he would be in seclusion to cultivate the 1000 Shadow Fist. Chapter 67. Arriving at the courtyard, Yi Feng was practicing the perfect bone burst fist. Yi Feng was now a 4th-stage martial artist and had received guidance from Yi Xing. His martial arts foundation was solid and his attainments were relatively high. Normal 4th-stage martial artists would find it difficult to be his opponent. Chopping firewood was no longer a challenge for Yi Feng. He finished the day's work in less than half a day. Because of Yi Xing's return, he came to Yi Xing's place to practice. Yi Xing waved at him. Yi Feng immediately stopped and ran over. He said excitedly, Brother Xing, you're back from the martial pavilion so soon? Yi Xing nodded and took out a blood dike and handed it to Yi Feng. Blood dike? Yi Feng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. That's right. I gave 10 blood dike to the family and kept some on me. I'll give you 5. There are still a few left. When you return to Qingye village, bring them to my parents and your father. Yi Xing handed the blood dike to Yi Feng and patted his shoulder. Come to my place for the next few days. I'll give you 1 blood dike every day. Yi Feng was a disciple chopping firewood in the cafeteria. Yi Xing would never give 10 blood dike to the family. Therefore, although Yi Xing had 30 blood dike on him, he only gave 10 to the family. He had already decided on how to distribute the remaining 20. 5 for Yi Feng, 5 for Yi Fighting, and 5 for each of his parents. Whether it was for their cultivation or for their body refining technique, it was very useful. The blood dike's medicinal power was strong. Yi Feng hadn't even reached great accomplishment in his body refining technique, so Yi Xing didn't dare to let him eat more. 1 blood dike a day was enough. Brother Xing, the blood dike is so precious. Although Yi Feng was very excited, he was a little embarrassed to accept such a precious item. Yi Xing waved his sleeve and said, You're a real man, don't be so shy. We are brothers, and I've already eaten a lot of blood dikes. Continuing to eat won't have much effect, it would be a complete waste. If one ate too many of the same medicinal herb, the body would develop a resistance to it. Yi Xing had eaten more than 30 blood dike seeds in one go. He could slowly absorb the medicinal effects that had already been refined, but if he ate more, the effects would be greatly reduced. Hearing Yi Xing's words, Yi Feng no longer hesitated and said gratefully, Thank you, Brother Xing. Yi Xing smiled. The blood dam was of a very high level to Yi Feng. With 5 blood dams, not only would he be able to cultivate his low-grade body refinement technique to perfection, but he would also be able to cultivate his mid-grade body refinement technique to large success. Moreover, Yi Xing had eaten more than 30 blood dikes. His cultivation had soared from the early 5th level to the late 5th level, while Yi Feng was only at the early 4th level. Even though the amount of blood dikes he had eaten was only 1/6 of what Yi Xing had eaten, the amount of energy required to increase his cultivation was only 1/10 of what Yi Xing had eaten. It could be seen that Yi Feng had eaten 5 blood dikes at the early 4th level. The increase in his cultivation was even greater than that of Yi Xing, who had eaten more than 30 blood dikes at the early 5th level. He would probably soon reach the peak of the 4th level. Although the peak of the 4th level was not enough to become an elite disciple, he would definitely be a first-class existence among the ordinary disciples. He could definitely enter the top 10 ordinary disciples. As for the top 10 ordinary disciples, even if Yi Wenian purposely put Yi Feng in a bad place, he would not be allowed to continue chopping wood in the dining hall. He would definitely be transferred to the martial arts hall to focus on cultivation. As a result, Yi Feng would have more time to cultivate. Moreover, he had received Yi Xing's teachings and guidance, establishing a solid foundation for cultivation. Especially since he was 1 year younger than Yi Xing, he had great potential and would definitely achieve great things in the future. Yi Xing was basically certain that he would be recruited by the Purple Mountain Academy. Soon, he would leave Celestial Azure City and head to Purple Mountain County. Therefore, he would help Yi Feng if he could. If Yi Feng could achieve great things in the future, Yi Xing would also be very happy. A satisfied smile hung on his face. He patted Yi Feng's shoulder and said, "All right, eat the blood dike seeds now and then refine and absorb them. I also want to cultivate my martial skills, so don't disturb me." "Okay." Yi Feng nodded excitedly. He ran to the side of the courtyard and sat cross-legged. He was not in a hurry to eat the blood dike seeds. Instead, he first meditated and calmed his qi. Yi Xing sat on the ground as well. His method of cultivation was different from that of ordinary people. First, he had to simulate cultivation in his super brain. Once his spiritual consciousness had reached perfection in the martial arts, he would then practice cultivation. High-grade martial skills were extremely difficult to cultivate. Although compared to others, Yi Xing could easily cultivate a high-grade martial skill, it still required a certain amount of time. Every day, Yi Xing spent 90% of his time meditating. He used his super brain to simulate a human figure and cultivate it in his spiritual world. He only used less than 10% of his time to practice cultivation. Because Yi Xing's spiritual consciousness had not been cultivated to perfection, he could only feel the dynamic changes of the martial arts when he cultivated. It was mainly used to comprehend the spiritual aspect. Only when his spiritual consciousness had reached perfection in the Thousand Shadows Fist, Yi Xing would need to spend a large amount of time on practical cultivation. Day by day, time passed. Every day, Yi Xing would give Yi Feng a blood dike seed. Yi Feng's improvement was shocking. In just 4 days, Yi Feng's cultivation had reached late-stage 4th stage. Moreover, his low-grade body refining technique had reached perfection. Even his middle-grade body refining technique was about to reach perfection. In these 4 days, Yi Xing also made progress. After the super brain accelerated the simulation cultivation by hundreds and thousands of times, Yi Xing's spiritual consciousness had reached perfection in the Thousand Shadows Fist. Only his body was still a little uncoordinated. When he executed the Thousand Shadows Fist, he could not synchronize it with his spiritual consciousness. The body was controlled by the spiritual consciousness. As long as his spiritual consciousness reached perfection, and with practice cultivation, Yi Xing's Thousand Shadows Fist would reach perfection sooner or later. The 5th day. Yi Xing had only practiced for a day, but he had already cultivated the Thousand Shadows Fist to the realm of great success. If the other warriors of the Yi clan were to know of this speed, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Many elders had practiced high-grade martial arts for 10 years, or even dozens of years, but they could not even reach the entry level. With Yi Xing's talent, he might not be considered a martial arts prodigy, but with his super brain, he was definitely one of the best and most monstrous martial arts prodigies. His cultivation speed would not lose to any other martial arts prodigies. In the evening, Yi Xing finished practicing a set of Thousand Shadows Fist and exhaled. With a whoosh, the qi shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it shot out dozens of feet away with a piercing sound. It could be seen that the qi arrow was not slow and had a certain degree of lethality. Although Yi Xing had mainly been practicing the Thousand Shadows Fist for the past 5 days, he had occasionally practiced the Qingyuan skill as well. Most of the medicinal effects of the blood dam in his body had been refined, and his cultivation had improved by quite a bit. He was only a little bit away from the peak of level 5. He had opened up 12 meridians. The inner strength in his body was very abundant. Therefore, the force of his breath was like an arrow, far exceeding that of a normal person. If it was a martial disciple, they would not be able to withstand Yi Xing's breath. Yi Xing looked at Yi Feng, who was practicing the perfect bone-exploding fist. The latter had also just finished practicing. Yi Xing asked, "Yi Feng, how's your progress?" Yi Feng was very happy. He excitedly said, "Fast. Too fast. I have never improved so quickly. The bronze tactics have already reached the large success realm. My cultivation is not far from the peak of 4th stage. It should be in the next 2 days." Yi Xing nodded in satisfaction. Yi Feng's progress was within his expectations. He said, "Your cultivation in the 4th stage has increased very quickly. In the future, you have to spend more time practicing martial arts and consolidate it." I will." Yi Feng's eyes lit up as he said, "Brother Xing, have you mastered the upper-grade martial technique?" Although Yi Xing was practicing the 1,000 shadow fist at the side, Yi Feng could not see the attainment of the upper-grade martial technique. He only knew that Yi Xing's punches were very fast, almost dazzling. The corners of Yi Xing's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile on his face as he lightly nodded. Yi Feng's eyes shone even brighter, almost turning into a resplendent light. He said excitedly, "Even many elders have not been able to cultivate the upper-grade martial skill. Brother Xing, you actually managed to cultivate it in just a few days." "Huh. I knew it, I knew it. Brother Xing, you are simply omnipotent. You are too awesome." Yi Feng was too excited. His heart was pounding. As he spoke, he was almost incoherent. Yi Xing only smiled faintly. In Yi Feng's opinion, being able to master a upper-grade martial technique was already very impressive. However, Yi Xing's attainment in the 1,000 shadow fist was far from just mastering it. It was not at the entry stage, nor was it at the small success stage. It was far beyond the small success stage, almost reaching the large success stage. Even for a 7th stage martial Dao master, being able to master a upper-grade martial technique to Yi Xing's level was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. A upper-grade martial technique. Yi Xing had already mastered it, and was even close to the large success stage. What would those elders who had cultivated their entire lives without being able to reach the entry stage think? They would have to cover their faces when they walk in the future. Hee. The Purple Mountain Academy's recruitment competition is about to begin. Among the younger generation of Tiansang City, who will be the hero? Let's wait for the next round. Brothers, for Yi Xing's rise, please vote for him. The excitement is about to begin. Chapter 68. The day of the Purple Mountain Academy's recruitment finally arrived. Early in the morning, Yi Yunlong, Yi Yundai, and the rest of the top 10 elite disciples gathered at the main hall of the Yi clan. They were the younger generation of the Yi clan who were going to participate in the recruitment competition. They would be led by Patriarch Yi Wendao and several other elders to the location of the competition. As for the other disciples, they could also go to watch the competition. They would be led by other elders and would not have to travel with Yi Xing and the rest. Senior Yi Xing. When Yi Xing arrived at the main hall of the Yi clan, Yi Yunlong was the first to greet Yi Xing. Yi Yunlong looked refreshed. The dispirited look he had 5 days ago at the elite disciple competition had completely disappeared. Yi Xing's words that day were like a wake-up call to Yi Yunlong. Yi Yunlong had always been grateful to Yi Xing. Therefore, even though Yi Yunlong was the former number 1 of the younger generation of the Yi clan, he did not lose face. Instead, he sincerely called Yi Xing Senior. Senior Yi Xing. Senior Yi Xing. Even Yi Yunlong took the initiative to call Yi Xing Senior. The other top 10 elite disciples naturally could not ignore Yi Xing. They all started to call out to him. However, their expressions were different. Some were impressed by Yi Xing and sincerely called Yi Xing Senior. There were also some who were unwilling but had to do so. Among them, the one with the most complicated expression was Yi Yunwan. When Yi Xing was just a disciple carrying water in the cafeteria, Yi Yunwan had already paid attention to him because of his challenge to Yi Yunkong. She looked at him in a different light and secretly had feelings for him. At that time, Yi Yunwan was still acting like a senior sister. Even though she had feelings for Yi Xing, her pride made her unwilling to tell Yi Xing. She only revealed her feelings through her usual actions, hoping that after Yi Xing understood, he would take the initiative to pursue her. However, although Yi Xing understood Yi Yunwan's feelings, he didn't have any plans to talk about love with Yi Yunwan. He only focused on martial arts. Time flowed by. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing had already become the #1 junior of the Yi clan. His ranking had already surpassed Yi Yunwan's, and his strength far surpassed hers. In the past, Yi Yunwan did not dare to tell Yi Xing her feelings because of her pride. Now that she was facing Yi Xing again, the honor of being a senior sister had disappeared. Looking at Yi Xing, who had become the #1 junior, she felt a little inferior. His gaze was filled with melancholy, regret, hesitation, and finally sighing. All sorts of emotions were mixed together. Brother Yunlong, junior brothers, and junior sisters. Yi Xing walked forward and nodded slightly to the elite disciples. Then, he stood beside Yi Yunlong and chatted with him. Brother Yunlong, you look spirited. Your strength seems to have improved compared to 5 days ago. Yi Yunlong smiled slightly and revealed a carefree expression. He said, compared to senior brother Yi Xing, I still have a long way to go. The two of them didn't talk much before Yi Wendao and a few elders walked out from the back room. Yi Xing and Yi Yunlong stopped talking, and so did the other disciples who were talking. Yi Wendao walked in front of Yi Xing and the rest and stopped. A few elders stopped one step earlier and stood to the side. Yi Wendao's gaze swept across the top 10 elite disciples one by one. His gaze lingered on Yi Xing for an extra moment before he said, the Purple Mountain Academy recruits students once every 3 years. Every year, only 10 students will be accepted from the Azure Sky City. Last year, only 2 from the Yi clan entered the Purple Mountain Academy, while the Wei clan had 3. Not only did the Xiong clan have 3 people enter the Purple Mountain Academy's ordinary class, one of them even entered the genius class. Among the 3 great clans, the Yi clan was last. This year, I don't want the Yi clan to be last among the 3 clans again. All of you must work hard and do your best to obtain a good ranking in the recruitment competition. We will do our best. Yi Xing and the rest replied in unison. Yi Wendao nodded with a satisfied expression. Compared to 3 years ago, the Yi clan's junior elites participating in the Purple Mountain Academy's recruitment competition were indeed more outstanding. The Purple Mountain Academy only accepts geniuses below the age of 20. Therefore, all the martial clans within the Purple Mountain Prefecture would classify those below the age of 20 as junior disciples. Among the top 10 elite disciples, there might be some who would participate in the recruitment competition twice in a row, but there wouldn't be a situation where they didn't comply with the rules because of their age. Yi Wendao continued, when Duke Tianjue was still alive, the Yi clan was the #1 martial clan in Azure Sky City. However, ever since Duke Tianjue passed away, the Yi clan has repeatedly declined and was even surpassed by the Xiong clan. The reason is that ever since Duke Tianjue passed away, the Yi clan has always had fewer students entering the Purple Mountain Academy than the Xiong clan. In the Purple Mountain Academy, there are upper-grade martial arts and even supreme-grade martial arts. You all know the benefits of becoming a student of the Purple Mountain Academy. Therefore, now that there is an opportunity, you all must seize it. If the Yi clan wants to surpass the Xiong clan, it must start with the number of people entering the Purple Mountain Academy. This time, you all must surpass the Xiong clan. Otherwise, those who are not accepted by the Purple Mountain Academy will be severely punished by the clan. These words caused the hearts of the lower-ranked elite disciples to skip a beat. The patriarch didn't fly into a rage easily, but once he did, it would definitely be terrifying. Since the patriarch had said it in front of them, it definitely wasn't empty words. If they didn't perform well in the Purple Mountain Academy's recruitment competition, they might really be severely punished. The Purple Mountain Academy's recruitment quota was limited. Azure Sky City only had 10 quotas. Those participating in the recruitment competition were not only the Yi, Wei, and Xiong martial clans, but also the City Lord's residents and the entire Azure Sky City's junior elites. It was impossible for the Yi clan to take up all 10 quotas. Therefore, the lower-ranked elite disciples definitely wouldn't be able to become students of the Purple Mountain Academy. They could only hope that Yi Xing and the others who were ranked at the top would perform well and defeat their opponents, rushing into the top 10 of the recruitment competition and surpassing the Xiong clan. Only then would they be able to avoid a severe punishment. After Yi Wendao finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Xing and he asked, "Yi Xing, I heard from Elder Wentian that you only stayed at the 3rd level of the Martial Pavilion for 2 hours and didn't go back. Elder Wentian said that you have a photographic memory and have already memorized all the upper-grade martial arts of the 3rd level. How is your cultivation now?" Although Yi Wendao asked this question, his emotions didn't fluctuate too much. Clearly, in his heart, he felt that this question was pointless. Although Yi Xing was a martial arts prodigy, the difficulty of cultivating an incomplete upper-grade martial art was too high. If it had been a long time, Yi Wendao would still have some confidence in Yi Xing. However, if it had only been 5 days, this confidence was close to zero. Hearing Yi Wendao's question, the few elders at the side glanced at Yi Xing, but didn't have any other reaction. They had all deeply experienced the difficulty of cultivating an incomplete upper-grade martial art. They didn't think that Yi Xing would be able to cultivate an upper-grade martial art in 5 days, not even one type. On the other hand, Yi Yunlong and the other junior disciples all pricked up their ears. They were still in the young age of their lives and learned everything very quickly. Furthermore, Yi Xing had displayed a heaven-defying talent in martial arts cultivation. Therefore, they had more confidence in Yi Xing than the elders of their clan. Of course, they also understood the difficulty of cultivating an incomplete upper-grade martial art, so they still had a certain level of rationality. Although their confidence in Yi Xing was greater than the elders of their clan, it still didn't exceed 30%. Yi Xing's expression was calm as he said unhurriedly, "I thank the clan for nurturing me and giving me the opportunity to learn an upper-grade martial art. I have already cultivated the Thousand Shadows Fist." Yi Wendao's calm gaze suddenly exploded with waves, shooting out a bright light in an instant. The few elders at the side were even more shocked as their expressions changed greatly. They looked at Yi Xing as if they were looking at a monster. Yi Yunlong and the other junior disciples were also shocked, but more than that, they were pleasantly surprised. He had successfully cultivated an upper-grade martial art. What did this mean? Even the disciples who had previously disapproved of Yi Xing were deeply impressed by Yi Xing at this moment. Those who were ranked at the bottom were even more delighted. Yi Xing had already displayed terrifying strength when he defeated Elder Yi Weining. Now that he had cultivated an upper-grade martial art, it was like adding wings to a tiger. His strength had increased by quite a bit. He would definitely be able to amaze everyone in the recruitment competition and greatly increase his chances of winning against Guijian and Xiong Qifeng. "You have really cultivated it?" Yi Wendao looked at Yi Xing in surprise and asked excitedly. He was afraid that he had misheard. Yi Xing's Thousand Shadows Fist was about to reach the realm of large success. Therefore, as long as he didn't reveal his attainments in the Thousand Shadows Fist, it would be fine. Since he had already learned the Thousand Shadows Fist, there was nothing to hide. Moreover, he believed that with his strength, even if he were to face Guijian and Xiong Qifeng, the possibility of him needing to use an upper-grade martial art was very small. This wouldn't have much of an impact on his results in the recruitment competition. Yi Xing nodded affirmatively. Good. After receiving Yi Xing's affirmation, Yi Wendao clapped his hands and laughed happily. Huh. Very good. Yi Xing, you have shocked me once again. Our Yi clan has finally produced a talent. In this recruitment competition, you will definitely amaze the world and bring glory to our Yi clan. You have a chance to enter the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class, a very good chance. The Yi clan's elder being taught a lesson by a junior disciple wasn't something to be proud of. Therefore, Yi Wendao had long ago ordered that no one in the Yi clan would spread the news of the battle between Yi Xing and Yi Weining. As the person who had been slapped in the face, Yi Weining naturally couldn't spread the news of his embarrassing incident. Therefore, the martial artists of Celestial Azure City still thought that Yi Xing's strength was the same as when he had participated in the Genius Summit. In fact, many martial artists of Celestial Azure City didn't even know that Yi Xing had returned alive from the Azure Cloud Mountain range. Therefore, Yi Wendao was right that Yi Xing would amaze the world in the recruitment competition of the Purple Mountain Academy. The recruitment competition will be held in the Central Plaza in front of the City Lord Mansion. Let's go. After confirming that Yi Xing had really mastered an upper-grade martial art, Yi Wendao was in high spirits. His entire aura had risen by a notch, and his mood was incomparably carefree. New book begging to be collected and recommended. New book begging to be collected and recommended. New book begging to be collected and recommended. Chapter 69. Azure Sky City's central square was packed with people. Today was the day of the Indigo Mountain Academy's recruitment. The Indigo Mountain Academy was open to all the younger generation geniuses in Azure Sky City. It was the busiest day in the past 3 years. Although the various forces had already screened the younger generation geniuses before the recruitment competition, limiting the number of participants, it didn't stop the enthusiasm of Azure Sky City's cultivators. Because it was too difficult to enter the Indigo Mountain Academy. Every 3 years, within the entire Azure Sky City, only 10 of the younger generation geniuses would be lucky enough to become a student of the Indigo Mountain Academy. Entering the Indigo Mountain Academy was akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Their future achievements would be at least a 6th-level martial artist. When they returned to Azure Sky City, even in the Yi, Wei, and Xiong families, they would be treated as family elders. As for the other families, if any of their descendants were lucky enough to enter the Indigo Mountain Academy, they would definitely be able to inherit the patriarch's position. At least 90% of the upper echelons of the various families in Azure Sky City had entered the Indigo Mountain Academy to study. Thus, becoming a student of the Indigo Mountain Academy was a symbol of potential and status. Such an important event naturally attracted the attention of all the forces in Azure Sky City. It was impossible not to be lively. In the center of the square, a stage was built. It was about 10 zhang wide, and beside it was a tall tablet with the words Indigo Mountain Academy's recruitment competition written on it. At the edge of the square, there was a stone tablet about 20 zhang tall. Yi Xing and the rest followed Yi Wendao and several other family elders to the central square, passing by this stone tablet. Yi Xing raised his head and saw several names engraved on the stone tablet. He asked, "What tablet is this?" Yi Yunlong, who was standing at the side, had a look of longing in his eyes as he said, "This is the Leaving Names Monument. Only those who have entered the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class can leave their names on the monument. The Leaving Names Monument was created 100 years ago when our Yi clan's Duke Tianju participated in the recruitment competition. Because he was too talented, the City Lord Manor set up this monument for him to leave his name on. Later on, as long as you enter the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class, you can leave your name on this monument. Being able to leave your name on it is the greatest honor for a cultivator of Celestial Azure City." Yi Xing said in surprise, "Why did they leave their names so high up, and leave the bottom blank?" On the names monument, the lowest name was at least 10 feet off the ground, and the highest name was at least 16 to 17 feet off the ground. Yi Yunlong faintly smiled and said, "To be able to enter the genius class, which one of them isn't proud and arrogant? Since they have left their names, how could they be willing to be below others? In any case, the monument is so tall, so when they leave their names, they will naturally do their best to leave it at a higher spot. This can also be considered a secret competition between the students of different classes. Whoever leaves their name higher will have more face. Yixing quietly understood and looked at the names with the highest names. There were 2 names that were at least 10 feet higher than the ones below. One was Yi Tianjue, and the other was Xiong Qisheng. Yi Tianjue and Xiong Qisheng's names were very close to each other, and Xiong Qisheng's name was slightly higher. Yi Tianjue was the number 1 genius in the history of the Yi clan, a martial master, and a legend of the Yi clan. Yixing naturally knew him. As for this Xiong Qisheng, Yixing didn't know, but he guessed Xiong Qisheng's identity. Yixing asked, "This Xiong Qisheng, is he one of the students from the genius class that the Purple Mountain Academy recruited last time?" He had never heard of the Xiong clan having an 8th-level martial master, but the Xiong clan had a genius that was currently studying in the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class. It wasn't hard to guess this Xiong Qisheng's identity. Yi Tianlong nodded, his voice melancholy. Xiong Qisheng's aptitude is very high, an 8-star martial fate realm. In terms of cultivation speed, compared to Duke Tianjue's youth, he was a level higher. After Duke Tianjue passed away, although the Yi clan's strength gradually declined, the Xiong clan gradually became stronger. They claimed to be the number 1 martial arts family, but they weren't recognized by the martial artists of Azure Sky City. Until the appearance of the 8-star martial fate realm, especially when Xiong Qisheng became a student of the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class, the martial artists of Azure Sky City recognized the Xiong clan as the number 1 martial arts family. Sigh, if Xiong Qisheng really becomes a martial master, the Xiong clan will definitely be as glorious as the Yi clan was during Duke Tianjue's era, becoming the overlord of Azure Sky City for decades. Yixing smiled faintly, hee. Xiong Qisheng hasn't become a martial master yet, who knows what will happen in the future. Yixing was a man whose goal was to become a martial saint. Naturally, he wasn't very interested in Xiong Qisheng, an 8-star martial fate realm. Moreover, Azure Sky City still had Wei Qingxian, a monstrous genius. In Yixing's opinion, it wasn't very possible for the Xiong clan to dominate Azure Sky City in the future. Yixing's gaze once again fell on the name at the top of the recognition monument. He thought to himself, "Xiong Qisheng, looks like the highest time you've left your name on the recognition monument is these 3 years." If Yixing was only slightly disgusted with the Xiong clan before, then ever since Xiong Baotian entered the Azure Sky Mountains to hunt him down, he didn't only feel disgusted with the Xiong clan, but also hated them. As long as there was a chance to step on the Xiong clan, Yixing definitely wouldn't let it go. For example, he would suppress Xiong Qisheng's name on the recognition monument. However, there was a prerequisite to leaving one's name on the recognition monument, and that was to become a student of the Zishan Academy's genius class. Yixing was determined to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in the recruitment competition. He would sweep through his peers with a crushing momentum. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to enter the genius class. The area around the arena was the area where the younger martial artists who were participating in the recruitment competition were. As for the martial artists who were watching the show, they were further away. Yixing brought Yixing and the rest to the vicinity of the arena. He left an elder to watch over Yixing and the rest while he brought the other elders to the pavilion at the side of the plaza. There was a place for him there. He had to accompany the Azure Sky City City Lord, Gu Tsangnan, to receive the important figures from the Zishan Marquis residence together with him. Zishan Marquis was the dean of the Zishan Academy. The teachers of the academy were only responsible for teaching the students. As for the recruitment of students, it was the Zishan Marquis residence's responsibility. As soon as Yi Wendao and the elders left, a mocking laugh came from the side. "Yi Yunlong, I heard that you were defeated by a rising star of the Wei clan at the Genius Summit. TSK. Looks like you're really crippled. Not only can you not catch up to me and Guijian, you can't even compete with a rising star, haha." It was a junior of the Xiong clan. The person who could say this was naturally Xiong Qifeng, who was one of the 4 heavenly prides a year ago. The Ye clan now only had a 6th heaven realm elder to watch over the younger disciples. It was obvious that he couldn't suppress Xiong Qifeng, who was also a 6th heaven martial artist. If it was in the past, Yi Yunlong would definitely be furious to be mocked by Xiong Qifeng. However, ever since he was beaten by Yi Xing, Yi Yunlong had already untied the knot in his heart and was much more at ease. Facing Xiong Qifeng's mockery, he only smiled indifferently. Yi Yunlong said, "Xiong Qifeng, you can't escape the fate of being surpassed by a rising star. What's there to be so excited about?" "Huh." Xiong Qifeng laughed disdainfully and said, "Yi Yunlong, do you think I'm as useless as you? I'll be surpassed by a rising star. Ha! My cultivation has reached a level that you can't imagine. Open your eyes wide and watch me sweep away my peers in the recruitment competition, ha! Sweep away your peers?" The corners of Yi Yunlong's mouth curled up, revealing a thought-provoking smile. He said, "Ha! At that time, I'm afraid it won't be you sweeping away your peers, but senior brother Yi Xing beating you to the ground." Yi Yunlong imagined the scene of Yi Weiniang's teeth being broken by Yi Xing and blood spitting out of his mouth to Xiong Qifeng. His heart was filled with joy, and his smile grew wider. "Senior brother Yi Xing." Xiong Qifeng heard the way Yi Yunlong addressed Yi Xing. After a moment of surprise, he laughed disdainfully. "Yi Yunlong, oh Yi Yunlong, so not only have you been surpassed by Wei Qingxian, but now you've been surpassed by this Brett Yi Xing, huh? It seems that I've overestimated you. So you're not only useless, you're useless to the point that you can't be any more useless." Yi Yunlong smiled freely and no longer paid attention to Xiong Qifeng, who was biting like a mad dog. Yi Xing, on the other hand, didn't care about Xiong Qifeng at all. His gaze turned to the other side, where the Wei clan juniors were. Wei Qingxian was naturally among the younger generation of the Wei clan. Her face was once again covered by a thin veil. Other than Yi Xing, who had seen her true appearance, there were probably very few other men who had seen her true appearance. When Yi Xing looked over, she also looked over at the Ye family juniors, searching for Yi Xing's figure. Their gazes met in an instant. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time and hadn't spent much time together, they had only gone through hardships together in the underground cave for a few days before being sent back to Celestial City by the red-clothed lady on a giant eagle. However, there was a certain degree of friendship between the two. Even so, because of their past experiences together, there was an extraordinary feeling between the two. Seeing each other, the two smiled in unison. Even though Wei Qingxuan's face was covered with a veil, Yi Xing could sense the smile on her face from her eyes. Wei Qingxian, who was standing beside Wei Qingxian, sensed something. After glancing at Wei Qingxian, she followed Wei Qingxuan's gaze and looked over. At this moment, Yi Wendao had already brought a few elders to the loft at the side of the square. Wei Zhengguang and Xiong Baolong had already arrived. A certain family is going to be at the bottom of the Zishan Academy's recruitment this time. Yi Wendao had just finished greeting Wei Zhengguang when Xiong Baolong mocked him from the side. The number 1 junior disciple can't even compare to the rising star of the Wei family. Huh. In the previous recruitment, a certain family was able to get 2 people into the Zishan Academy. I wonder if there will be one this time. Tisk tsk tsk tsk. This used to be the number 1 martial arts family in Celestial City. They used to be the overlord, but now they have fallen to such a state. Huh. If this continues, it won't be long before they lose the qualifications to be on par with our Xiong family. An elder from the Xiong family followed Xiong Baolong's words and attacked the Ye family. Yi Wendao wasn't angry when he heard this. He was much more shrewd than Yi Yunlong. Even though he was happy in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. I'll let you be arrogant now. When the recruitment competition is over, haha, you'll realize that your words now are just slapping your own mouth. Chapter 70. The patriarchs and elders of the Yi, Wei, and Xiong aristocratic families were all gathered together. There were also many patriarchs of the first-rate families in Celestial Ocean City present. Naturally, the loft was filled with discussions. It was only when the Celestial Ocean City Lord, Gu Tsongnan, came up with a middle-aged scholar that the loft quieted down. Gu Tsongnan was the only 8th-level martial Dao master in Celestial Ocean City. Even the patriarchs of the Yi, Wei, and Xiong aristocratic families had to be respectful when they saw Gu Tsongnan. However, Gu Tsongnan was now respectfully following beside the middle-aged scholar. It could be seen that the middle-aged scholar's status was much higher than Gu Tsongnan's. To be able to make Gu Tsongnan act in such a manner, the middle-aged scholar's identity was obvious. When the two of them stepped into the loft, whether it was a 6th-level martial artist or a 7th-level martial artist, all of them stood up. Gu Tsongnan introduced, "Everyone, this is Mr. Mu Feng from the Zishan Marquis residence. He is a peak 8th-level martial Dao master." The martial artists in the loft were all leaders of the major forces in Celestial Ocean City. However, there were very few people who knew this Mr. Mu Feng from the Zishan Marquis residence. However, when they heard Gu Tsongnan introduce him as a peak 8th-level martial Dao master, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. The people present were either in their 40s, 50s, or 60s. Other than Gu Tsongnan, there was no other martial Dao master. Moreover, even Gu Tsongnan's cultivation was only at the mid-8th level. However, Mu Feng looked to be in his 30s and was actually a peak 8th-level martial Dao master. This was indeed shocking. Excluding the county capital, Zishan County had a total of 67 cities. Celestial Ocean City was only one of these 67 cities. The person in charge of recruitment in Celestial Ocean City was a martial Dao master. It could be seen that the cultivation of the people in charge of the other cities was not much different. They should also be martial Dao masters. 67 cities meant 67 martial Dao masters. It was rumored that under Zishan Marquis residence, experts were as common as clouds. It seemed that this was true. The cultivators present were all leaders of Celestial Azure City, but in front of Mu Feng, whether it was in terms of cultivation or status, they were not worth mentioning. After Gu Tsongnan introduced them, they naturally came forward to greet him. Mu Feng's expression wasn't arrogant, but he wasn't enthusiastic either. He faintly nodded to the crowd and then said to Gu Tsongnan, "Lord Gu, let the competition begin." Gu Tsongnan invited Mu Feng to sit on the main seat, and then sat beside him. He said, "The Zishan Academy's recruitment competition will be hosted by the City Lord's Mansion's martial Dao master, Gu Jing. Patriarch Xiong, Patriarch Ye, and Patriarch Wei, each of your 3 families will have 3 protected spots. Please inform Gu Jing." The so-called protected spots were reserved for the strongest and most promising junior elites who had the highest chance of getting into the top 10. In order to prevent them from meeting each other too early and being eliminated in advance, the protected spots would not be arranged for the younger elites to fight each other in the first 2 rounds of the competition to prevent the strong from being eliminated. For example, Yi Yunlong and Wei Qingyan. With their strength, they would definitely enter the top 10. However, if they met each other in the first round of the competition, one of them would definitely be eliminated. Therefore, they had to be included in the protected spots to prevent them from meeting each other too early. Gu Tsongnan first said Patriarch Xiong, then Patriarch Yi, then Patriarch Wei. This was not a random address, but an order according to the strength ranking of the 3 great martial arts families. The answers of the 3 naturally had to follow the order of Gu Tsongnan's words, and could not be disorderly. Violent Bear took the lead and said, "Xiong Qifeng, Xiong Chikai, Xiong Chiyu." These 3 were the top 3 of the Xiong family's younger elites. The protected spots were naturally reserved for the strongest junior. After Violent Bear finished speaking, Yi Wendao said, "Yi Xing, Yi Yunlong, Yi Yundai." When these words came out, not only did Violent Bear's expression change, but most of the cultivators present were also shocked. Yi Xing, Yi Yunlong, Yi Yundai. Yi Wendao said 3 names, but Yi Yunlong wasn't first. When the 3 protected spots were mentioned, it was usually from the first to the third. Didn't this mean that Yi Xing's strength had already surpassed Yi Yunlong's and he had become the Ye family's #1 junior? Some of the patriarchs might not know who Yi Xing was, but the 3 great martial arts families, the city lord's mansion, as well as the families that had close relations with the Yi, Wei, and Xiong families, were very clear. During this year's Genius Summit, Yi Xing's name had already spread throughout Celestial Azure City. It was only because there was an even more outstanding Wei Qingxian that he was ignored. However, there were still many people who noticed Yi Xing. They never imagined that in such a short time, Yi Xing would actually surpass Yi Yunlong and become the Ye family's #1 junior. Violent Bear was very surprised that Yi Xing's strength had surpassed Yi Yunlong's, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he sneered, "A mere disciple of a clan can become #1. It seems that the Ye family's juniors really have no successors." Yi Wendao ignored Violent Bear's sneer, his expression as usual. At this time, Wei Zhengguang had already mentioned the Wei family's 3 protected spots, Wei Qingxian, Wei Qingyan, Wei Qingzhou. Wei Qingxian had already surpassed Yi Yunlong during the Genius Summit and her name had spread throughout Celestial Azure City. She was one of the most influential figures among the younger generation of Celestial Azure City. No one was surprised that she was ranked above Wei Qingyan. Gu Congnan said to a middle-aged man in his 40s, "Add Yijian to the list of protected spots. The 10 protected spots cannot meet in the first 2 rounds. Gu Jing, you go." Gu Jing quickly arrived at the arena in the middle of the square and announced the 10 protected spots and the list of opponents. The recruitment competition had begun. There were a total of 62 participants in this recruitment competition. Among them, there were 10 from the Yi, Wei, and Xiong families, 5 from the city lord residence, and a total of 27 juniors from the other families in Celestial Azure City. The competition was divided into 6 rounds. In the first round, Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng, the 2 geniuses, directly advanced to the next round. The remaining 60 people would face off against each other. The 30 victors, including Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng, made 32 people who would continue to the next round. After that, 32 would advance to 16, 16 would advance to 8, 8 would advance to 4, 4 would advance to 2, and 2 would advance to 1. Yi Xing's first opponent was called Zhang Bisheng. He was 18 years old and had a cultivation of mid-5th level. He wasn't a descendant of the Yi, Wei, or Xiong martial arts families. It was indeed very outstanding for him to reach mid-5th level at the age of 18. In the Zhang family, Zhang Bisheng was the only disciple with a cultivation of 5th level, far surpassing his peers. However, when placed among the elites of the younger generation in Celestial Azure City, Zhang Bisheng wasn't considered outstanding. Naturally, he couldn't be compared to Yi Xing. Although his name was Zhang Bisheng, he was utterly defeated in front of Yi Xing. Facing Zhang Bisheng, Yi Xing didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, he stood on the spot without moving a single step. Relying on his strong body that had reached perfection in bronze art, he sent Zhang Bisheng flying 3 times in a row. Zhang Bisheng was thrown further and harder each time. After being sent flying 3 times, he finally understood that the difference in strength between him and Yi Xing was too great. He admitted defeat. Before this, some of the younger martial artists who didn't know Yi Xing were surprised that Yi Xing was able to enter the top 10 protected spots. Now, they understood that Yi Xing's strength was really extraordinary. Seeing how he sent Zhang Bisheng flying with just a raise of his hand, it was obvious that he didn't use any of his true strength. As for the younger martial artists who knew Yi Xing, they didn't have much of a reaction to Yi Xing easily defeating Zhang Bisheng. This was a matter of course. In the first round of the competition, it wasn't just Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, Yi Yunlong, Wei Qingyan, and the rest of the younger elites who were listed in the protected spots easily defeated their opponents. Moreover, through this round of competition, the difference between the ordinary families and the three martial arts families could be clearly seen. At least 80% of the ordinary families' juniors were eliminated in the first round of the competition. As for the three martial arts families' juniors, nearly 80% of them advanced to the next round. The first two rounds of the competition could only be considered as the prologue. The real intense battles were after the third round. In the second round, Guijian and Xiong Qifeng joined the competition. Together with the 30 people who had won in the first round, they formed 16 pairs. Based on the principle of protecting the famous guests from meeting in the first two rounds, Yixing didn't meet a strong opponent in the second round. It was Yi Yunjian, who was ranked 7th among the younger elites of the main family. Yi Yunjian knew this, so he didn't fight Yixing and directly admitted defeat. Yixing advanced to the third round. Like Yixing, the other juniors who were on the list of protected juniors also won easily in the second round. Guijian and Xiong Qifeng's opponents also directly admitted defeat. Not long after, the third round of the competition began. In the third round, 8 out of 16 would advance to the next round. 8 of the top 10 would be decided at once. This round of the competition was finally getting a little intense. The spectators, in particular, were all very excited. Gu Jing announced the name list for the third round of the competition. In this round, there were a total of 8 matches. Out of the 10 protected spots, 4 of them would face off. They were Yi Yunlong against Xiong Qiyu, and Guijian against Wei Qingzhou. Although they were among the 10 protected spots, Yi Yunlong and Guijian were both 6th-level martial artists, while Xiong Qiyu and Wei Qingzhou were both at the peak of 5th level. The difference in strength was too great, so they were defeated one after another. The disciples who were among the top 10 protected spots were the elites of the elites. Naturally, they were very strong. The opponents of the other 6 weren't among the protected juniors, so they won all their matches. Yixing's opponent in the third round was also a junior from an ordinary family. His name was Zhao Chang, but he was much stronger than Zhang Bisheng, who he had met in the first round. He was at the peak of 5th level. If he were to meet the other protected 5th level juniors, they would definitely go through an intense battle to determine the victor. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yixing. Yixing had made up his mind to sweep his peers in the recruitment competition. He wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and attract the attention of the person in charge of recruitment. Naturally, he didn't tangle with Zhao Chang. In a few moves, he sent Zhao Chang flying more than 10 meters. Yixing won easily and advanced to the top 8. The top 10 would be recruited by Mount Indigo Academy, so entering the ordinary class was a given. However, Yixing's goal wasn't to enter the ordinary class, but to enter the gifted class. The top 8 wasn't his goal. He only had one goal, and that was to be number 1. Chapter 71. The third round of the competition ended, and the list of the top 8 was announced. Guijian, Xiong Qifeng, Wei Qingyan, Yi Yunlong, Wei Qingxian, Xiong Qikai, Yi Yundai, and Yixing. Some were happy, while others were sad. The happiest were none other than the Yi clan's martial artists. In this recruitment competition, the Yi clan had achieved excellent results. Among the top 8, the Yi clan occupied 3 seats. The Xiong clan and Wei clan each occupied 2 seats, while the city lord's residence occupied 1 seat. He. In the loft, Yi Wendao was very happy. After hearing the list of the top 8, he laughed heartily. Brother Wendao, this time your Ye family can be considered proud and glorious. 3 of the top 8 are actually descendants of the Ye family. TSK, this time, the Ye family really made a comeback. Wei Zhengguang congratulated Yi Wendao. Although there were only 2 people from the Wei clan in the top 8, Wei Zhengguang was in a good mood. As the head of the Wei clan, Wei Zhengguang naturally knew how talented Wei Qingxian was. Not only was her aptitude extremely high, but her martial arts talent was also extremely heaven-defying. She was both a cultivation genius and a martial arts prodigy. She had enormous potential. Wei Qingxian was so outstanding. In Wei Zhengguang's opinion, she would definitely be recruited into the gifted class by the Zishan Academy. A student in the gifted class was more valuable than 10 students in the ordinary classes. As long as Wei Qingxian could enter the gifted class, no matter how many people from the Ye family entered the ordinary class, they would not be able to overshadow the Wei clan's limelight in this recruitment competition. Wei Zhengguang was not at all worried that the Ye family's descendants would be too outstanding and embarrass the Wei clan in this recruitment competition. Therefore, he was in a very good mood. Compared to Wei Zhengguang's good mood, Xiong Baolong was extremely depressed. Before the recruitment competition started, he had already mocked Yi Wendao in front of his face. He wondered if the Yi clan would be able to recruit someone in this recruitment competition. However, the competition had only entered the third round, and 3 members of the Ye family had already made it into the top 8. There was no doubt that they would be recruited by Zishan Academy. Thinking back to what he said before, Tyrannical Bear felt like he was slapping himself in the face. How could his mood be good? Fortunately, Xiong Baolong was very confident in Xiong Qifeng. As long as Xiong Qifeng could defeat his peers and take first place, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would be recruited into the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class. As long as Qifeng can enter the gifted class, humph. The winner of the recruitment competition this time is still my Xiong clan. For 2 consecutive batches of recruitment, there are juniors entering the gifted class. This is something that has never happened before in Celestial Azure City. Tyrannosaurus Xiong had such a thought. Finally, the gloominess in his heart was washed away, and he revealed a smile. The 4th round was quickly arranged by Gu Jing. Gu Yijian opened fire at Xiong Qi. Xiong Qifeng vs Yi Yundai. Yi Yunlong faced Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingyan faced Yi Xing. Among the top 8, there were 4 6th-tier martial artists. They were Gu Yijian, Xiong Qifeng, Yi Yunlong, and Wei Qingyan. In the 4th round, these 4 6th-tier 5th-tier martial artists were separated into 4 matches. In this way, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, the 2 rising stars, also avoided facing each other in the 4th round. The first 2 rounds of the competition ended very quickly. Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng were both Celestial Azure City's prodigies. They were experienced 6th-tier martial artists and were very powerful. As for Xiong Qikai and Yi Yundai, their cultivation had not broken through to 6th tier. To ordinary martial artists, martial arts attainments, body tempering techniques, speed, and so on only had disadvantages in front of 6th-tier martial artists. There were no advantages. In addition to the disparity in inner strength, the difference of a single tier in cultivation was like a chasm that was difficult to cross. Therefore, Xiong Qikai and Yi Yundai did not even last 3 moves against Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng before they were defeated. Xiong Qikai and Yi Yundai stopped at the top 8. Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng advanced to the 5th round. The 3rd match of the 4th round was between Yi Yunlong and Wei Qingxian. This was a very interesting match. Whether it was the family heads in the pavilion or the spectators outside the square, their spirits were raised by a lot as they paid attention to the battle in the arena. At the Genius Summit, Wei Qingxuan's name shook Celestial Azure City. She had already defeated Yi Yunlong. Moreover, at the Genius Summit, only the top 10 elite disciples of the 3 major families watched that battle. The rest had only heard about it. Today, everyone was lucky enough to witness the battle between Yi Yunlong and Wei Qingxian. Naturally, they were excited. Moreover, Yi Yunlong's cultivation had broken through and stepped into the 6th tier of the martial path. His inner strength had been refined into his skin and his strength had increased greatly. As for Wei Qingxian, although her cultivation had also increased greatly, it was still within the 5th tier of the martial path. Her inner strength had not undergone any fundamental changes. Between the two of them, who was stronger and who was weaker, everyone wanted to know. The difference in strength between a 5th-tier martial artist and a 6th-tier martial artist was very large. Most people thought that Yi Yunlong would be able to redeem himself. However, there were also a few people who had the opposite view. They thought that Yi Yunlong had no chance of winning at all. For example, Yi Xing knew Wei Qingxuan's strength very well. Even if he fought her, if he did not use a bow and arrow and did not use his superbrain to scan for flaws, he did not have much confidence in defeating her. Apart from Yi Xing, there were also some members of the Wei family who understood Wei Qingxuan's strength. They were also very confident in Wei Qingxian. The result was just as Yi Xing and the others had expected. It was beyond the expectations of most people. As soon as the peak stage of the mountain technique was used, the huge pressure that was like a mountain pressing down on Yi Yunlong made him feel uncomfortable and his strength was reduced. Coupled with Wei Qingxuan's peak stage martial arts technique, even if Yi Yunlong's inner force was a notch higher and cultivated to the point of skin membrane, he was still easily defeated by Wei Qingxian. In less than 10 moves, Yi Yunlong was defeated in just 7 moves. This shocked most of the audience. Senior brother Yi Xing, this woman is too strong. I feel that her strength is not inferior to Gui Jian and Xiong Qifeng. If you encounter her, you must be more careful. After Yi Yunlong was defeated and left the arena, he whispered in Yi Xing's ear. Without facing Wei Qingxian directly, it was difficult to understand the oppressive power of the mountain technique. However, Yi Yunlong deeply experienced it. He already knew how terrifying Wei Qingxian was. She was definitely much stronger than others imagined. Yi Xing smiled slightly, nodded at Yi Yunlong, and then went up the arena. Wei Qingyan also came up at the same time and said, "My sister said that my strength is not as good as yours and that it's useless to fight. However, I still want to experience your skills." Wei Qingyan's words, or perhaps it should be Wei Qingxuan's words, caused many of the audience to disagree. Yi Xing's reputation in Tiansang City was after all worse than Wei Qingxuan's. Other than the Ye family, very few people felt that Yi Xing could be compared to Wei Qingxian. As for Yi Xing's level 5 cultivation, it was very hard to believe that he could defeat Wei Qingyan, who was at level 6 cultivation. Yi Xing nodded lightly and said, "Then you must be careful. I won't deliberately go easy on you just because you're a woman." Wei Qingyan was last year's proud daughter, so she still had a trace of pride in her heart. She said, "Go all out. I don't need you to show mercy. Alright, I'm going to make my move." After Wei Qingyan finished speaking, she suddenly took a step forward. Her body was light, swaying lightly in the air. Wei Qingyan's speed seemed very slow, but in reality, she was not only fast, but also very agile. In the blink of an eye, she circled behind Yi Xing. The corner of Yi Xing's mouth curled up. Wei Qingyan's forte was her movement technique, and she could defeat her opponent in agile combat. However, no matter how strong her movement technique was, it was nothing in front of him. Because his 7 stars steps integrated with the wind force, he was already at the stage of perfection. Yi Xing stepped on the 7 stars steps, and the moment he used the stage of perfection's 7 stars steps, his body changed direction and position in a flash. Almost at the same moment that Wei Qingyan appeared behind Yi Xing suddenly appeared in front of Wei Qingyan. Mountain-splitting palm. Yi Xing struck out with his palm. Wei Qingyan originally wanted to circle behind Yi Xing and launch a sneak attack, but now she couldn't even dodge in time and could only strike out with her palm. Bang! There was a crisp sound, and Wei Qingyan cried out in surprise. She felt an extremely terrifying force coming toward her. Even though she was a level 6 martial artist and her inner force had been refined to the point of skin membrane, it did not cause any harm to Yi Xing. Instead, she felt some pain in her palm, and her body was pushed back by the terrifying force. Wei Qingyan only managed to stabilize her body after retreating for a full 10 steps. Her eyes were filled with shock. She clearly did not expect that she would be defeated by Yi Xing in one strike. The elders in the loft all looked shocked. Even Mu Feng from the Zishan Marquis residence showed some interest in his lazy eyes. The audience outside the square sucked in a breath of cold air one by one. Most people thought that Yi Xing would reach the top 8, but they did not expect Yi Xing to win so cleanly against Wei Qingxian. His strength was far beyond their imagination. In the eyes of the Ye family, Yi Xing's performance in the recruitment competition was expected. In the eyes of other martial artists, Yi Xing was a big dark horse in this recruitment competition. I lost. Wei Qingyan sighed and leaped down from the arena. You let me win. Yi Xing looked indifferent. He nodded at Wei Qingyan and also left the arena, returning to the younger generation of the Yi clan. The 4th round of the competition ended. Out of the 4 level 6 martial artists, 2 advanced and 2 were eliminated. Wei Qingxian and Yi Xing both defeated level 6 martial artists and advanced to the top 4, competing with the 2 favored sons of heaven, Guijian and Xiong Qifeng. Chapter 7 2. Ji Yujing walked up to the arena and announced the matchups for the 5th round. Guijian vs Wei Qingxian. Xiong Qifeng vs Yi Xing. Guijian and Xiong Qifeng were the 2 great geniuses of the younger generation in Celestial Ocean City. They were the 2 most popular candidates to win first place in this year's recruitment competition. Therefore, in the arrangement of the competition, the 2 of them were key protected spots. As long as there were other opponents, they would not be arranged to fight each other. In this way, although they avoided Guijian and Xiong Qifeng's duel, they also avoided the possibility of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian fighting each other in advance. In Yi Xing's heart, Wei Qingxian was the strongest opponent, and also the only opponent among the younger generation in Celestial Ocean City. The later he fought Wei Qingxian, the more Yi Xing liked it. Wei Qingxian felt the same way. Of course, Guijian and Xiong Qifeng only saw each other as the biggest obstacle in the fight for first place. They did not see Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian as real opponents. In this way, the 4 of them were very satisfied with the arrangement for the 5th round. The first to go up was Guijian and Wei Qingxian. Guijian was only 17 years old. He was dressed in brown clothes, his face was sharp and resolute, and he held an ancient bronze sword in his arms. Standing in the arena, there was a sharp aura, like a sharp sword, showing off its sharpness. Among the younger generation in Celestial Ocean City, there were many experts who used the sword. For example, Yi Yunlong was an expert swordsman. However, the most famous swordsman of the younger generation was none other than Guijian. Compared to Guijian's sharp aura, Wei Qingxian had a majestic aura like that of a mountain. Wei Qingxuan's face was covered with a thin veil, so outsiders could not see her peerless appearance. However, from her slim and graceful figure, they could tell that she was a beauty. Such a slender, elegant, and beautiful young lady, yet she possessed a heavy, mountain-like aura. It was truly contradictory. However, on Wei Qingxian, these 2 feelings were perfectly combined. This was the effect of cultivating the mountain technique to perfection. Its might was in harmony with the heaven and earth, making it look very natural. Guijian held the ancient bronze sword in his arms as his gaze roamed over Wei Qingxuan's exquisite body. The corners of his lips curled up in a lonely smile. He obviously did not regard Wei Qingxian as a formidable enemy. He smiled and said, 5 swords. I only need 5 strikes to defeat you. After he finished speaking, Guijian added, furthermore, before I defeat you with 5 strikes, I will first slice open your veil. I heard that you have looks that are not inferior to your sisters. Let me see if this rumor is true. Huh. You don't have to be afraid. My swordsmanship is extraordinarily precise. It won't be off in the slightest and won't harm a single hair on your body. Wei Qingxuan's expression was calm. Her gaze was slightly exquisite as she said, I hope your swordsmanship isn't as full of nonsense as your words. Gu Yijian was startled. Then, he chuckled and said, interesting. I like cold girls like you. Wei Qingxuan's expression turned cold and she said, you talk too much nonsense. Make your move. A trace of anger appeared on Gu Yijian's face. Wei Qingxuan's attitude towards him had ultimately angered him. He snorted coldly and said, watch out for my sword. In an instant, the treasured sword was unsheathed and a flash of cold light shot out. In less than the blink of an eye, Gu Yijian had already appeared in front of Wei Qingxian. The tip of his sword had already pierced Wei Qingxuan's throat. Hiss! All the martial artists below the level of martial Dao master sucked in a breath of cold air. Gu Yijian's sword was too fast. Even the vast majority of level 6 martial artists revealed looks of fear. Gu Yijian's swordsmanship made them feel fearful. However, as the target of the attack, Wei Qingxian did not show the slightest bit of fear. Her gaze was calm and instead revealed a trace of relief. At this moment, Wei Qingxuan's body suddenly retreated backward. Middle-grade body movement technique, butterfly dance steps. It was the same body movement technique as Wei Qingyan. Her body looked light, but her speed was very fast. Moreover, Wei Qingxuan's attainments in the butterfly dance steps were much higher than her sister Wei Qingyan's. Not only was it at the realm of perfection, but it had also integrated the power of wind into it. She stood at the realm of perfection and could be said to be mysterious. The speed of Gu Yijian's sword was extremely fast. However, the tip of the sword was 3 inches away from Wei Qingxuan's throat and it could not get any closer. It was not that Gu Yijian could not stab it down, but the speed of Wei Qingxuan's retreat was synchronized with the speed of Gu Yijian's sword. Although Gu Yijian's inner strength exploded wave after wave, constantly increasing the speed of the sword, wanting to lift Wei Qingxuan's veil, the last 3 inches of distance was like a natural moat that could not be crossed. Gu Yijian used up all his energy in one go but still could not catch up with Wei Qingxian. He could only stop his body, take a deep breath, and then swing his sword again. There was a flash of sword light and the treasured sword drew a fine ray of light in the void. Wei Qingxuan's body leaped up and the treasured sword swept an inch below her feet. At the same time as she dodged the treasured sword, the tip of her foot pressed down and lightly tapped on the body of the sword. This tap was near the tip of the treasured sword and was very far away from the hilt. There was a feeling of using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds, causing the treasured sword in Gu Yijian's hand to sink down and deviate from its direction. As for Wei Qingxian, she made use of the momentum to leap over Gu Yijian's head. Next, she landed lightly over 10 meters behind Gu Yijian. Is this your extraordinarily accurate sword technique? When Wei Qingxian landed, she chuckled. Gu Yijian's face immediately turned green and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He said coldly, previously, I was being protective of you and was afraid of hurting you. Humph. Now. I can't care about that anymore. As he spoke, Gu Yijian's body did not stop moving. His inner strength was activated to the extreme and the treasured sword brought about a cold light. In an instant, he turned around and charged toward Wei Qingxian. However, how could Gu Yijian's swordsmanship compare to the speed of the perfected butterfly dance steps that had been integrated into the wind force? Every time Gu Yijian attacked with his sword, it was extremely fast. However, after 10 consecutive attacks, Wei Qingxian dodged them all. They did not even touch the corners of her clothes. The surrounding audience was all shocked. Even some of the important figures in the pavilion had strange looks on their faces. At first, other than a few people, who would have thought that Wei Qingxuan's cultivation of the 5th level of the martial path could actually threaten the status of Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng, 2 favored sons of heaven? Even though Wei Qingxian had the potential, her cultivation had not broken through to the 6th level of the martial path. Guijian, on the other hand, had already broken through to the 6th level of the martial path for half a year. He was only one step away from consolidating his cultivation of the 6th level. In the pavilion, Wei Zhengguang's face was calm, but the look in his eyes revealed the joy in his heart. Beside him, Yi Wendao was shocked. He said, "Brother Zhengguang, Wei Qingshuan's strength has actually reached such a level. This is really unexpected. This time, she has the strength to compete for first place. It seems that her entering the gifted class is basically a done deal." Wei Zhengguang's face finally revealed a smile. He said, "Hee. Yi Xing is also not bad. Yi Xing is also not bad." Although he said that, anyone could tell that Wei Zhengguang's tone was somewhat perfunctory. Obviously, he did not think that Yi Xing could be compared to Wei Qingxian. Yi Wendao knew that Yi Xing's strength was definitely not inferior to Wei Qingshuan's. However, he only smiled and did not say it out loud. On the other hand, Xiong Baolong on the side continued, saying, "How can Yi Xing be compared to Wei Qingxian? Congratulations, Brother Zhengguang. The Wei family has produced a good junior. In the future, there will be another quota for Celestial Azure City's prodigies." Although the Xiong family was publicly recognized as the #1 martial arts family in Celestial Azure City, the Ye family's strength was not much worse than theirs. They had always been on good terms with the Wei family and had a strategy to attack the Ye family. Wei Zhengguang smiled slightly and did not answer. The Xiong family was powerful. The Wei family had always been allied with the Ye family to contend against the Xiong family. Naturally, they had a better relationship with the Ye family. At this time, answering Xiong Baolong's words would be openly slapping the Ye family's face. Naturally, he could not do that. In the arena, Guijian had already struck out 18 times. The middle-grade martial arts technique, Hurricane 18 Swords, was all about speed. With the momentum of a hurricane sweeping away a fallen leaf, it defeated the opponent. Unfortunately, Guijian had already executed Hurricane 18 Swords once and still could not sweep away the fallen leaf that was Wei Qingxian. Guijian sheathed his sword and stood there, panting. He said angrily, "Wei Qingxian, you only know how to dodge and dodge. What's the point of continuing to fight like this? How are we going to determine the winner?" Wei Qingxian smiled faintly and said, "I still have to fight for first place with someone later. Of course, I have to spend the least amount of energy to defeat you. Huh. Right now, I haven't even used up 10% of my inner force. Looking at how panting you are, that crazy attack just now must have used up at least half of your inner force. Don't you think this is meaningful?" As she spoke, Wei Qingshuan's eyes narrowed. It could be seen that she was smiling very brightly at this moment. After hearing Wei Qingshuan's words, the spectating martial artists came to their senses. It turned out that Wei Qingxian was not afraid to fight with Guijian. She had avoided Guijian's attacks on purpose. Her goal was to deplete Guijian's inner force. From the looks of it, Wei Qingxian had already won more than half of the battle. The martial artists suddenly had a higher opinion of Wei Qingxian. Not only was this woman's cultivation aptitude astonishing, her martial arts talent was astonishing. Her intelligence was equally astonishing. After Guijian understood the reason, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Before the final battle, he thought that he would be able to control the battle. Therefore, he made the bold statement of defeating Wei Qingxian in 5 strikes. In the end, not only did he fail to defeat Wei Qingxian in 5 strikes, he was instead played around by Wei Qingxian in the battle. At this moment, Guijian should be calm and regulating his inner force. However, after understanding all this, he could not calm down. Instead, his anger grew stronger and stronger. "Do you really think that's all there is to my strength?" Guijian shouted angrily. "You can dodge the 18 Gale swords, but you can't dodge the Blazing Sun swordsmanship. The Blazing Sun swordsmanship was a high-grade martial arts technique. Gu Yijian's Blazing Sun swordsmanship was imparted to him by the Azure Sky City Lord, Gu Tsangnan. Although it was just a beginner's level, a high-grade martial arts technique was still a high-grade martial arts technique. It was extraordinary. As Gu Yijian's voice fell, the ancient bronze sword suddenly turned crimson red, as if it was being burned by a raging fire. The Blazing Sun swordsmanship converted inner force to the fire attribute. Its power was astonishing. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the ancient bronze sword turned into a sword screen and enveloped Wei Qingxian. The power of this sword was astonishing and extremely terrifying. At the same time, it also sealed off all of Wei Qingxuan's escape routes. The climax is coming, please recommend me. Chapter 73. The surrounding audience stared with their eyes wide open at this moment. High-grade martial arts techniques were extremely rare in Celestial City. Which martial artist did not want to witness the power of a high-grade martial arts technique? Moreover, the crowd was also worried for Wei Qingxian. The sword veil that Gu Yijian displayed was truly shocking and made one's heart palpitate. Wei Qingxian faced the sword veil with a calm expression. Gu Yijian was only a level 6 martial artist. His inner strength had only been cultivated to the point where it could be injected into a weapon. However, no matter what, he could not let his inner strength leave his body. Therefore, although the sword veil looked terrifying, it was in fact just an illusion created by the sword being drawn too quickly. It was not a mass of sword energy that came slashing over. No matter how many illusions there were, no matter how dense the sword veil was, one thing was certain: Gu Yijian only had one sword in his hand. Moreover, this sword could only be in the same position at the same time. Boom! Wei Qingxian did not retreat half a step or dodge. Instead, she threw a punch at the sword veil. In an instant, the force of a mountain surged and the roar of a tiger roared. Wei Qingxian displayed the mountain technique and roaring tiger fist to the highest level of perfection. Clang! There was a flash of silver light and a crisp sound. Wei Qingxuan's fist accurately hit the body of the sword. Wei Qingxian wore a pair of silver gloves on her hands. When she clashed with Gu Yijian's treasured sword, she was not injured at all. Instead, the treasured sword trembled and rebounded. Although Gu Yijian's Scorching Sun swordsmanship was a high-grade martial arts technique, it was only at the entry level. Other than the exquisite moves, its power was not superior to a middle-grade martial arts technique at the perfection level. Instead, it was slightly inferior. Ha! Wei Qingxian roared and displayed the roaring tiger fist. She immediately launched a fierce counterattack against Gu Yijian. Gu Yijian's inner strength had been depleted by more than half. If he were to engage in a slow battle of attrition, it would instead give the former an opportunity to recover his inner strength. Thus, it was better to launch a series of frenzied attacks that would make it difficult for the latter to parry. That was indeed the case. In the face of Wei Qingxuan's frenzied attacks, Gu Yijian immediately retreated. His momentum instantly weakened as he brandished his sword to block Wei Qingxuan's fist. Clang clang clang, Wei Qingxian threw out a series of punches, all of which were blocked by Gu Yijian. However, when Wei Qingxian threw out her fifth punch, Gu Yijian could not circulate it in time due to the intense consumption of his inner strength. He was slower by half a beat and was unable to block it. Boom! Wei Qingxuan's punch landed squarely on Gu Yijian's chest and sent him flying. That surging mountain-like momentum, coupled with the terrifying power of the fist, caused Gu Yijian to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying back more than 10 meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Previously, Gu Yijian had threatened to defeat Wei Qingxian in 5 moves, but it turned out to be empty talk. Now, Wei Qingxian had launched a counterattack and defeated Guizhan with only 5 punches. It had to be said that this was a kind of irony. Guizhan had not only lost in strength but also in face. Wei Qingxian wins this round and advances to the 6th round. Gu Jing, who was standing beside the arena, announced the result with a surprised expression. He immediately flashed to Guizhan's side and helped him up. In the pavilion, the leaders of the various factions exclaimed in surprise. However, due to the city lord Gu Tsongnan's reputation, no one made any comments. At this moment, only Mu Feng of the Zishan Marquis residence dared to praise Wei Qingxian in front of Gu Tsongnan. He said, "This young lady's skills are very good. She's a rare genius of the younger generation." Hearing Mu Feng's praise, Wei Zhengguang, who was not far away, was full of smiles, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Gu Tsongnan smiled embarrassedly and said, "My son's state of mind is not good. He's made a fool of himself in front of Mr. Mu." Mu Feng had a faint smile on his face and said, "It's good to suffer more setbacks when your state of mind is not good." Gu Tsongnan nodded and said, "Mr. Mu's words are reasonable. I hope my son can be taught a lesson." Mu Feng's eyes revealed a strong interest and said, "This trip to Celestial Azure City is really worth it. I've witnessed 2 geniuses of the younger generation. I'm looking forward to the next match. I wonder how long Yi Xing will take to defeat Xiong Qifeng." The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. Yi Xing and Xiong Qifeng had not even started fighting yet, but Mu Feng had already made such a certain judgment. It was only a matter of time before Yi Xing defeated Xiong Qifeng. The pavilion was filled with the top figures of Celestial Azure City, but there were very few who agreed with this judgment. Especially Xiong Tyrannosaurus and several Xiong family elders. They were very unhappy when they heard that. Of course, in front of Mu Feng, they did not dare to let out a fart. Gu Tsongnan also saw that Yi Xing's strength was not ordinary from the exchange between Yi Xing and Wei Qingyan. But he did not place Yi Xing on the same level as Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng. Hearing Mu Feng's judgment, Gu Tsongnan could not help being secretly alarmed and said, "Mr. Mu thinks that Yi Xing will win?" Mu Feng smiled slightly and waved his hand in the direction of the stage. They've already entered the stage. On the stage, Yi Xing and Xiong Qifeng stood facing each other. Xiong Qifeng and Gu Yijian were equally famous. Gu Yijian's defeat made him feel like they were in the same boat, and he was unhappy in his heart. Especially when he recalled Yi Yunlong said to him before that he would also be surpassed by the rising stars. Wei Qingxian defeated Gu Yijian, and in other people's eyes, she vaguely also defeated him. This made Xiong Qifeng even more depressed. Xiong Qifeng, will never be surpassed by the rising stars. Never. Xiong Qifeng said in his heart. He looked at Yi Xing with a fierce gaze. He wanted to use Yi Xing to prove his strength as a proud son of heaven. Therefore, after the two entered the stage, Xiong Qifeng did not say a word. He directly unsheathed his treasured saber and attacked Yi Xing. He wanted to cut the Gordian knot and severely injure Yi Xing. As soon as Xiong Qifeng attacked, he used his most proficient martial skill, which was also the Xiong family's unique skill, the 24 moves mountain cleaving saber technique. The saber light was dazzling white, like silver frost, as it violently slashed at Yi Xing. When Gu Yijian attacked Wei Qingxian, even if he was angered towards the end, it was only to defeat Wei Qingxian. He did not have the intention to severely injure Wei Qingxian. As for Xiong Qifeng, he did not have the slightest fear of injuring Yi Xing. His saber went straight for Yi Xing's vital points. Even if he would cut off Yi Xing's head with a single strike, Xiong Qifeng would never stop. In Xiong Qifeng's heart, it was not that he did not have the intention to kill Yi Xing on the stage, but he was afraid that there would not be such an opportunity. Naturally, he would not show any mercy. Seeing how ruthless Xiong Qifeng was, quite a few people around the square were shocked, and cries of alarm rang out. In the pavilion, the various big shots of Celestial Azure City were also surprised, but their expressions were different. Xiong Baolong sneered inwardly. It would be best if Xiong Qifeng could cut down Yixing with his saber. The Xiong family had Xiong Qisheng in Indigo Mountain Academy's genius class, and he had connections with big shots in Indigo Mountain Academy. Xiong Baolong believed that even if he killed Yixing, with Xiong Qisheng's connections in Indigo Mountain Academy, Mu Feng would not punish Xiong Qifeng too harshly. However, Xiong Baolong did not see that at this moment, Mu Feng's eyes were slightly narrowed, hiding a murderous intent. The main purpose of Indigo Mountain Academy's recruitment was to discover the younger generation's geniuses from all over the world. It was forbidden to kill during the competition. And Yixing was the younger generation's genius that Mu Feng had his eyes on. If he was killed in front of his eyes, then the murderer would not be able to live. However, Mu Feng's murderous intent was hidden, and outsiders could not see it. He also did not have any intention of stopping him. He was a peak 8th stage martial master. How could he not see that Yixing was much stronger than Xiong Qifeng? Even if Xiong Qifeng suddenly attacked Yixing madly, using poison and killing moves, he would not be able to do anything to Yixing. Mu Feng was not wrong at all. The 7 stars steps was originally a mid-grade movement technique with the fastest reaction speed. The 7 stars steps at the transformation stage was even more terrifying than the butterfly dance steps at the transformation stage. No matter how fast, and ruthless Xiong Qifeng's saber attacks were, they could not even touch the corner of Yixing's clothes. After 3 consecutive saber attacks, Xiong Qifeng knew that he was in the same situation as Guijian. Yixing's movement technique attainments were as shocking as Wei Qingxuan's. If he continued attacking like this, even if Xiong Qifeng died of exhaustion, he would not be able to touch the corner of his clothes. After only 3 moves of the 24 moves of the mountain-splitting saber technique, Xiong Qifeng's saber technique changed, and the saber light suddenly became like the moon. High-grade martial technique, Waning Moon Saber Technique. Waning Moon Saber Technique was the complete high-grade martial technique of the Xiong family. The complete here did not refer to the martial technique's mnemonic chant, but to the cultivation experience. Because of this, the difficulty of cultivating Waning Moon Saber Technique was much lower than the incomplete high-grade martial techniques of the Wei and Yi families. Not only did Xiong Qifeng successfully cultivate Waning Moon Saber Technique, his attainments were even more profound than Gu Yijian's Scorching Sun Sword Technique. Moreover, Xiong Qifeng's cultivation was also a step higher than Gu Yijian's. A few days ago, he had reached the late 6th stage. Xiong Qifeng was very sure that Yixing could not dodge his Waning Moon Saber Technique, nor could he block it. His attack power from below was definitely stronger than Gu Yijian's. Even if he encountered Wei Qingxian, Xiong Qifeng was not afraid at all. Soft bone palm. Yixing's hands were like snakes, meeting the saber light that was like moonlight. He wore a pair of black and gold silk gloves on his hands. Yixing first deflected his opponent's power, then clasped his hands together, clamping the treasured saber. His bones were completely cultivated, and his physical strength was stronger than Wei Qingxuan's. Coupled with his vigorous inner strength, the clasping of his hands was like an iron clamp clamping down on the treasured saber. In an instant, the treasured saber was fixed between his hands. No matter how hard Xiong Qifeng pressed down, he could not chop down. Xiong Qifeng roared and fiercely pulled out the saber. Yixing's hands clamped down on the saber, and his body suddenly became light. He flew forward with the treasured saber that Xiong Qifeng pulled back. Then, his legs kicked fiercely. Middle-grade martial technique, wind-chasing kick. The wind-chasing kick that incorporated the power of the wind was as fast as a phantom, and Xiong Qifeng was immediately kicked. Yixing took a deep breath and fiercely kicked several times, one of which hit the heart. Xiong Qifeng immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering heavy injuries. His hands let go of the saber's hilt, and he staggered back, shock in his eyes. He never expected that he would be heavily injured by Yixing after using a high-grade martial technique. All the spectators were also dumbfounded, their hearts thumping. They did not expect that Yixing and Xiong Qifeng's battle would also end in the victory of a fifth-stage martial artist. The two proud sons of heaven of Celestial Azure City were actually both defeated by a rising star. This indeed made many martial artists feel incredulous. From now on, Gu Yijian and Xiong Qijian could no longer be called proud sons of heaven. Among the younger generation of Celestial Azure City, only Yixing and Wei Qingxian, these two rising stars, could be called the twin prides. Just as the martial artists were shocked and exclaiming, an extremely shrill scream suddenly came from the arena. Chapter 74. It turned out that Xiong Qifeng had waved his hand as he staggered backwards. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, 3 cold lights shot out, aiming at 3 vital points on Yixing's body. They were hidden weapons. Hidden weapons were despised by righteous martial artists. In order to win, Xiong Qifeng had used hidden weapons in front of everyone. Moreover, the hidden weapons were aimed at Yixing's vital points. If they hit, he would die. Humph! Yixing snorted. He stepped on the Big Dipper and moved like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he dodged all 3 hidden weapons and appeared in front of Xiong Qifeng. Middle-grade martial skill, pulse-cutting palm. Yixing moved like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had slapped Xiong Qifeng's body 10 times. Xiong Qifeng immediately let out a mournful scream, spitting out blood as he was sent flying by Yixing. In the blink of an eye. From the moment Xiong Qifeng had attacked Yixing with hidden weapons to Yixing dodging and injuring Xiong Qifeng, it had all happened in the blink of an eye. Most martial artists were still in shock from Yixing's kick injuring Xiong Qifeng. They hadn't reacted yet. Now, Xiong Qifeng had been seriously injured, spitting out blood as he flew. No, it wasn't just a serious injury. The pulse-cutting palm was an extremely vicious martial skill. Yixing's pulse-cutting palm had been cultivated to the perfection stage, and its destructive power was astonishing. The places where Yixing had struck Xiong Qifeng's meridians had all been broken. A martial artist's internal strength was based on their meridians. If their meridians were destroyed, their internal strength would be lost. From then on, they would be a cripple. Xiong Qifeng was a 6th-level martial artist. Ordinary injuries, even serious injuries, were something he could endure. Only injuries like broken meridians, whether it was physical or mental, caused him to let out such a mournful scream. The moment his meridians broke, Xiong Qifeng's eyes were filled with shock, sadness, disbelief, and finally despair. Xiong Qifeng was thrown more than 10 meters away. His whole body was in severe pain and he couldn't get up. Yixing stood in the middle of the square with his left hand clenched into a fist behind his back. He was like a deep abyss with a majestic aura. Glancing at Xiong Qifeng, Yixing's eyes were resolute. The Purple Mountain Academy's recruitment competition was the biggest event that happened once every 3 years in Celestial Azure City. It received the attention of all the martial artists in Celestial Azure City. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, Yixing was not willing to be so heavy-handed. Even though Xiong Qifeng's saber had been ruthless, Yixing had only intended to seriously injure him, and had never thought of crippling his martial path. However, Xiong Qifeng's attempt to kill Yixing with a concealed weapon had thoroughly infuriated him. Since you started it, don't blame me for returning the favor. Yixing naturally returned the favor with a heavy gift. If it wasn't for the fact that he was concerned about the reputation of the big shots from the prefecture city and didn't want to violate the rules of the recruitment competition, Yixing would not have just crippled Xiong Qifeng. He would have returned the favor to Xiong Qifeng and taken his life. Yixing's attack was so fast that the martial artists around the square couldn't see clearly what martial technique Yixing had used. They were only shocked by Xiong Qifeng's shrill scream, not knowing what kind of injury Xiong Qifeng had suffered. From the fact that Xiong Qifeng had fallen to the ground and could only groan in pain without moving, it could be seen that Xiong Qifeng had indeed suffered extremely serious injuries. Many of the big shots in the pavilion naturally saw the martial technique Yixing had used. Especially the LV7 martial Dao masters, they saw it very clearly. Xiong Baolong and the other elders of the Xiong family all changed their expressions at this moment. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they all stood up with a swoosh. What a vicious little bastard! How dare you use such a vicious move in front of everyone? You're courting death! Xiong Baolong roared and was about to rush down the pavilion. Looking at his momentum, it seemed like he wanted to go up the arena and kill Yixing Pa. With a startled sound, the temperature in the entire loft seemed to have plummeted. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Xiong Baolong felt a terrifying aura locking onto him. Suddenly, all the hairs on his body stood up. He was shocked and didn't dare to move. The sound came from Mu Feng's slap on the table. His gaze didn't look at Xiong Baolong and the others. He only glanced at Gu Tsangnan indifferently. Lord Gu, there are people in your Tiansang city who don't put me in their eyes. Mu Feng's tone was very calm and the speed of his words was also very gentle. However, everyone in the pavilion felt an inexplicable chill and their bodies turned cold. Gu Tsangnan's face changed. He swept his gaze at Xiong Bao Tian and stood up angrily. Presumptuous. The Zishan Academy's recruitment competition is all decided by Mr. Mu. In front of Mr. Mu, it's not your Xiong family's turn to overstep your authority. Why haven't you stepped down yet? Although the Yi, Wei, and Xiong families were the strongest in Tiansang City, there was another force that was even more terrifying. That was the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion was directly under the jurisdiction of the Zishan Marquis Mansion. It was the official force under the Zishan Marquis. Although it didn't participate in the dispute of martial arts, its status was superior. Of course, the City Lord's Mansion had to maintain a good relationship with the local powerful families to manage the city. Normally, Gu Tsangnan was very friendly to the Yi, Wei, and Xiong families. However, Mu Feng, who came from the Zishan Marquis Mansion, was very angry. Compared to Mu Feng, the Xiong family was not worth mentioning in Gu Tsangnan's eyes. How could he be nice to the Xiong family? After angrily rebuking Xiong Bao Tian, Gu Tsangnan cupped his fists and bowed slightly to Mu Feng. Mr. Mu, please calm down. Patriarch Xiong lost control of his emotions because of the injury of his junior. He didn't mean to offend Mr. Mu's dignity. Gu Tsangnan's words were smooth and tactful. Originally, Xiong Bao Tian felt humiliated by his public rebuke and was resentful. Now that Gu Tsangnan spoke up for him, his resentment towards Gu Tsangnan naturally dissipated in the blink of an eye. Xiong Baolong followed Gu Tsangnan's words and said, "It is as Lord Gu said. I was worried about my junior and lost control of my emotions. I hope Mr. Mu can forgive me." After apologizing to Mu Feng, Xiong Baolong continued, "Mr. Mu, Yixing acted viciously in front of everyone during the recruitment competition. He deliberately injured others and crippled Xiong Qifeng's martial arts. If such a vicious act is not severely punished, how can the public be convinced?" At this point, Xiong Baolong's eyes revealed a ruthless look. "I suggest that we give him a taste of his own medicine." Yixing used the pulse-cutting hand to break Xiong Qifeng's meridians and cripple his martial arts. Let him taste the feeling of having his meridians broken and his martial arts crippled. Yi Wendao was furious when he heard this. He stood up and said, "Xiong Baolong, don't slander others. You know in your heart who acted viciously." Xiong Baolong was about to fight back when Mu Feng waved his hand to stop him. He said, "I have eyes. I can see the truth for myself. I don't need anyone to point it out." As he spoke, Mu Feng stood up and walked step by step to the edge of the pavilion. He could see the entire square below. Mu Feng continued, Xiong Qifeng acted viciously and openly used hidden weapons in the recruitment competition. He violated the competition rules and the situation is bad. He committed a heinous crime and should be severely punished. Yi Xing crippled his martial arts, well done. He should be crippled. Mu Feng spoke very loudly. Even many of the martial artists in the plaza heard him. Naturally, the people in the pavilion could hear him clearly. Xiong Baolong's body trembled and his face turned pale. The expressions of the Xiong family elders also changed greatly. Their Xiong family had a junior genius, Xiong Qisheng, in the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class. Furthermore, he had been accepted as a personal disciple by the vice principal. The vice principal of the Purple Mountain Academy was an extraordinary figure. He was at least a martial grandmaster of the 9th level of the martial path or even a half-step martial saint. Xiong Qisheng had been accepted as a personal disciple by such an important figure. It could be said that his future was limitless. In the eyes of the Xiong family, with such a relationship, Mu Feng, who came from Purple Mountain County City, should give them face. However, this was clearly not the case. The Xiong family only knew part of the situation in Purple Mountain County City. Although Purple Mountain Marquis was the master of the Purple Mountain Marquis residence and the vice principal of the Purple Mountain Academy, the Purple Mountain Marquis residence and Purple Mountain Academy were two independent institutions. The vice principal of the Purple Mountain Academy was a super important figure, but even he could not control the Purple Mountain Marquis residence. The reason why the Purple Mountain Academy was in charge of teaching students and the Purple Mountain Marquis residence was in charge of recruiting students was not without reason. It was to prevent certain forces or warriors from using their connections in the academy to suppress other geniuses in the process of recruiting students, resulting in the loss of talent. With the Purple Mountain Marquis residence in charge of recruiting students, the connections in the Purple Mountain Academy were useless. Mu Feng's task was to find talents for Purple Mountain Marquis. Naturally, he could not miss out on the geniuses of the younger generation. How could he suppress Yi Xing because of the Xiong family's relationship? No, this is not fair. Yi Xing and Xiong Qifeng were ruthless. Why is Yi Xing safe and sound? This is not fair. Violent Bear could not accept the result that Yi Xing was safe and sound. He still had hope for Xiong Qisheng's relationship in the Purple Mountain Academy. Mu Feng turned around, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. He stared at Violent Bear and said word by word, "Why? Do you want me to explain it to you?" That cold aura once again spread throughout the pavilion, causing many experts to shiver. Violent Bear bore the brunt of it, and the feeling was even more intense. A terrifying sense of fear welled up in his heart. He had a feeling that Mu Feng already wanted to kill him. If he angered the other party, it was very likely that he would be killed. Thinking of a peak 8th rank martial Dao master making a move, Violent Bear broke out in cold sweat. Facing Mu Feng's terrifying aura, Violent Bear could not help but take a few steps back and said, "I dare not. I dare not." The light in Mu Feng's eyes faded. Since the other party had admitted defeat, he naturally had no interest in making a move. If they did not comply, Mu Feng did not mind making a move. He would kill Violent Bear in front of everyone and see who else would dare to talk nonsense. "Continue," Mu Feng said indifferently and returned to his seat. Gu Tsangnan let out a sigh of relief. As the Azure Sky City Lord, he naturally did not want anything to happen here. The recruitment competition continued. Xiong Qifeng was carried off the stage, while Yi Xing remained standing on the stage. Without needing Gu Jing to announce the name list for the 6th round, Wei Qingxian took the initiative to enter the stage. There was only one match in the 6th round, and that was the finals for the first place. Chapter 75. Zishan County had a total of 68 cities. Apart from the county capital, the other 67 cities were of different sizes. However, the number of students that Zishan Academy recruited was the same, 10. The county capital was the center of power and economy in Zishan County. It was also the most prosperous area for martial arts. There were countless top-notch martial arts families, and the number of students they had was a lot more than the 67 ordinary cities. In other words, Zishan Academy had a total of 770 students. Of these 770 students, 700 were in the ordinary class, and 70 were in the genius class. Of the 70 geniuses, the county capital had 30, and the other 67 cities only had 40. On average, each city had less than one genius class student. In other words, even the number one genius of a certain city only had a 70% chance of being accepted into the genius class. If the number one genius only had a 70% chance, the second place chance was close to none. Zishan Academy recruited 2 geniuses from the same city in the same batch of students. This was something that only happened once in 10 years. Therefore, to enter the genius class, winning first place in the recruitment competition was the prerequisite. Because of this, Yixing and Wei Qingxian both wanted to win first place. Especially Yixing. He was only a 2-star heaven's mandate. It was impossible for him to enter the genius class based on his aptitude, so he could only rely on his strength. The entire square was silent. All the martial artists' gazes fell on Yixing and Wei Qingxian on the stage. Before the recruitment competition started, Xiong Qifeng and Gu Yijian were the 2 most popular candidates for first place. Who would have thought that Xiong Qifeng and Gu Yijian would be defeated by these 2 rising stars, and in the end, it was Yixing and Wei Qingxian who would fight for first place. It was precisely because no one had expected this outcome that it attracted everyone's interest. No one could guess who would obtain first place in the end. In the arena, Yixing and Wei Qingxian looked at each other. Wei Qingxian said, "Thank you for your help in the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range. However, I won't let you win in the recruitment competition." Yixing smiled and said, "Junior of the Celestial Firmament City, my only true opponent is you. If I were to give way, the battle would be too boring." Wei Qingxian also smiled, and said, "That's right, I also only see you as a true opponent. I hope you will also do your best, and we will have a good fight." When the cultivators heard the conversation between the 2 of them, they were secretly shocked. It turned out that Yixing and Wei Qingxian had long known of each other's strength and only regarded each other as opponents. As for the other cultivators, no one had realized how strong the 2 of them were before. Gu Yijian's face also heated up when he heard this, thinking of how arrogant he was when he fought Wei Qingxian, but the other party did not see him as an opponent at all. He could not help but sigh and reflect on himself. As for Xiong Qifeng, he was already a cripple. His heart had completely collapsed, and his eyes were filled with despair. He was already immune to these words of shock, and was even drunk in despair. He did not hear what Yixing and Wei Qingxian said at all. Yixing did not care about the other cultivators' size, and said, "If I go all out, my strength will be very terrifying. You have to be careful." Wei Qingxian blinked, and said, "How terrifying will it be? My middle-grade body refining cultivation method, martial skills, and movement technique have reached perfection. I have also grasped a high-grade martial skill, and I have also comprehended a trace of wind force. Will a peak 5th level cultivation be enough to contend against you?" Yixing was slightly moved. He was able to learn a high-grade martial skill because of the super brain, but Wei Qingxian was truly talented in martial arts. The Wei family's high-grade martial skill was also incomplete. Wei Qingxian was actually able to learn it with a cultivation of the 5th level of the martial path. It could be seen that she was indeed a top martial arts genius who could not be more monstrous. Yixing said, "My martial arts attainments are on par with yours, and my cultivation is at the late 5th level. It seems that my cultivation is a small level lower than yours, and I am slightly inferior." However, my strength has never been based on cultivation realm and martial arts attainments on the surface. The outcome of a battle was not only based on the hard indicators of strength, but also a hidden factor: combat skills. It wasn't unusual for a weak person to be able to defeat a strong person with powerful combat skills. However, combat skills were a person's ability to react and judge. It was extremely mysterious and difficult to describe. However, there was no doubt that Yi Xing had the super brain, and his combat skills were undoubtedly extremely high. The super brain scanning allowed them to accurately know the opponent's attack trajectory, speed, and changes. It allowed him to almost have the ability to predict the opponent's movements. This was the key to him being able to defeat the strong as the weak. The two of them did not say much and quickly began to fight. Wei Qingxian executed the butterfly dance steps, and her entire body was like a dancing butterfly. It was extremely beautiful, and nothing more beautiful. However, her speed seemed slow, but in fact, it was extremely fast. Yi Xing's 7-star steps was also at the perfection stage. Whether it was in terms of physique or footwork, Yi Xing was worlds apart from Wei Qingxian. However, in terms of speed, Yi Xing was not inferior at all. In fact, Yi Xing's 7-star steps was even more unpredictable, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Bang, 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 the two of them were extremely fast, and when they fought, they were as fast as lightning. Most of the martial artists did not see how the two of them attacked. They only knew that when the two of them met, there was a series of explosions, proving that the process of the fight was extremely intense. Bronze art, perfection. Mountain art, perfection. Both of their body tempering techniques were at the perfection stage. The bronze art was strong in physical strength, while the mountain art was strong in aura suppression. When they fought, they were evenly matched. The martial arts that the two of them used were also at the perfection stage, and their power was equally matched. Yi Xing did not use the super brain to scan. In terms of combat awareness, Wei Qingxian was about the same as him. It was difficult to tell who was better. Furthermore, although Yi Xing's bones were complete, and he had the advantage in terms of physical collision, Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was higher than Yi Xing's by a small level. Her inner strength was slightly better, so they were still evenly matched. The two of them fought very quickly. Not long after, they had already exchanged more than 30 moves. They had already used several middle-grade martial arts, but they were still evenly matched. The audience in the square was dazzled by the two's battle, but most of the important figures in the pavilion could still see it clearly, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Even the two martial Dao masters, Mu Feng and Gu Cangnan, nodded their heads. Mu Feng's eyes were filled with satisfaction. In terms of the use of middle-grade martial arts, the two of them had reached an extremely high level, almost touching the perfection stage. In terms of the use of movement techniques, they were truly at the perfection stage. Many of the older generation of 6th-level martial artists could not be compared to the two of them even if they practiced martial arts for their entire lives. As for movement techniques, not to mention 6th-level martial artists, even martial Dao masters who could cultivate a middle-grade movement technique to the perfection stage were extremely rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's eyes were shining brightly. The more they fought, the more excited they became, and the more they fought, the more carefree they felt. In life, it was rare to find an opponent who was on par with them. If the opponent was stronger than them, they would be suppressed everywhere. If the opponent was weaker than them, they would not be able to pose a threat. Only when an opponent who was on par with them was a great threat to them, but would not suppress them, would they be able to continuously stimulate their potential in the process of a carefree battle. Yi Xing was currently enjoying this carefree battle. He could feel that in the process of fighting with Wei Qingxian, his attainments in martial arts had become more and more skilled. This was a feeling that he had never experienced when he was cultivating or fighting with an ordinary opponent. Because of this, Yixing did not use the super brain scanning function to break this state of balance. This was an excellent opportunity to hone his attainments in martial arts, and he could not miss it. Wei Qingxian was the same. Therefore, even though she did not have the upper hand, she did not use a high-grade martial arts technique in the 30 or so moves with Yixing. The current state of balance was the most mysterious. It was extremely beneficial to both of their attainments in martial arts, and neither of them wanted to break it. Didn't the two of them say that they had learned high-grade martial arts techniques? Why haven't they used them after fighting for so long? Yes, it's really strange. It seems that the two of them are very close in strength. If they use high-grade martial arts techniques, as long as their attainments in martial arts are higher, wouldn't they be able to determine the winner? Could it be that they actually don't know high-grade martial arts techniques? Could it be that they were lying just now? Their purpose is to destroy each other's confidence. Seeing that Yixing and Wei Qingxian had already exchanged 30 or 40 moves and had yet to use high-grade martial arts techniques, many martial artists began to discuss. Although they could not see clearly the battle between Yixing and Wei Qingxian, they could still see that the two of them were using middle-grade martial arts techniques. They could also see that the two of them were evenly matched, and neither of them had the upper hand. Even some of the big shots in the pavilion had the same doubts. Other than Mu Feng and Gu Congnan, the two martial Dao masters, and a few 7th-level martial Dao masters, who could see that the two of them were honing their martial arts techniques, even the big shots at the peak of the 6th level could not see it. Very quickly, Yixing and Wei Qingxian had exchanged 50 moves. At this moment, Wei Qingxuan's martial arts technique changed from a middle-grade martial arts technique to an inferior-grade martial arts technique. Inferior-grade martial arts technique, Stone-Splitting Palm. Stone-Splitting Palm was similar to Mountain-Splitting Palm, but it was a grade lower. The profoundness and power of the moves were far inferior to Mountain-Splitting Palm. Seeing that Wei Qingxian had suddenly used an inferior-grade martial arts technique, most of the martial artists were shocked. Just now, Wei Qingxian had used a middle-grade martial arts technique at the perfection stage and was only evenly matched with Yixing. Now that he had switched to an inferior-grade martial arts technique, how could he block it? Wasn't that just courting defeat? However, the result was out of many martial artists' expectations. Bang 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 bang, after a series of explosions, Wei Qingxian used the stone-splitting palm and engaged in an intense collision with Yixing. He was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, after exchanging a few moves, Yixing was even forced to take a step back and faintly showed signs of being at a disadvantage. Many martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, they finally understood. Transformative stage. Oh my god, Wei Qingxian has mastered an inferior-grade martial arts technique to the transformative stage. Someone exclaimed in shock. It was extremely difficult to master a martial arts technique to the perfection stage, not to mention the transformative stage. Even if it was an inferior-grade martial arts technique, other than martial Dao masters of the 7th level and above, no martial artists below the 7th level were able to master an inferior-grade martial arts technique to the transformative stage. However, what shocked the martial artists even more was that Wei Qingxian had switched to an inferior-grade martial arts technique at the transformative stage. After exchanging 10 moves with Yixing, Yixing suddenly switched to an inferior-grade martial arts technique as well. Transformative stage again. Just over 200 recommendation votes away from breaking the 10,000 recommendation votes for this week. Brothers, will you be able to break it today? Or will you be able to break it? Or will you be able to break it? Chapter 76. After Wei Qingxian used an inferior martial technique, Yixing had fallen into a disadvantageous position. However, when Yixing also used an inferior martial technique, he reversed the situation in one fell swoop. He was once again on par with Wei Qingxian. The two people in the battle had joy in their eyes. Many cultivators thought that Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had already cultivated the inferior martial technique to the perfection stage and only used it now. However, the two of them were very clear that they had continuously stimulated their potential in the process of the battle. They had finally comprehended the inferior martial technique to the perfection stage. The perfection stage referred to cultivating a martial technique to the acme of perfection. It possessed unimaginable power. Therefore, even if it was an inferior martial technique, once it reached the perfection stage, it would become extremely powerful. It was much stronger than a mid-grade martial technique at the perfection stage. Usually, only a martial Dao master in the 7th stage would be able to cultivate an inferior martial technique to the perfection stage after cultivating a large amount of martial techniques. Therefore, once a cultivator at the peak of the 6th stage cultivated an inferior martial technique to the perfection stage, it meant that they had opened the door to the martial Dao master realm. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were only in the 5th stage of the martial Dao, but this door had already been opened. For those who opened this door, it would be much easier for them to break through to the 7th stage of the martial Dao than other cultivators. Even if Yi Xing was only a 2-star Destiny Realm cultivator, there was still a high chance that he could become a martial Dao master after opening this door. In the pavilion, Mu Feng looked at the two people fighting in the arena. His gaze was filled with admiration. He naturally knew that Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had comprehended the inferior grade martial skill to the transformation stage during the battle. He was only in the 5th stage of the martial path, yet he was able to open the door to becoming a martial master. Such a talent was rare in the history of the Purple Mountain Academy. Even Mu Feng himself, a martial Dao Grand Master who had reached the peak of LV8 at the age of 30, had only opened this door when he was at the late stage of LV6. The battle between Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had yet to end, but Mu Feng had already made a decision in his heart. Regardless of the outcome, both of them would be recruited into the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class. On the side, Gu Tsongnan noticed Mu Feng's expression and guessed the latter's intentions. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Every time the Purple Mountain Academy recruited a student from the genius class, it would be a huge debt to the city lord and they would be rewarded by the Purple Mountain Marquis Mansion. If there were 2 students from the genius class, then they would definitely stand out among the 67 ordinary cities. They would be valued by the Purple Mountain Marquis Mansion and have a great future. Time slowly passed by. On the arena, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian executed their inferior grade martial skills and exchanged over 100 moves. Piercing Flower Hand, Chain Palm, Raging Steel Fist, Stone-Splitting Palm, Shadowless Leg, Great Monument Hand, one inferior grade martial skill after another was executed by Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. Without exception, the inferior grade martial skills that the two of them executed were all at the transformation stage. Ever since the first inferior grade martial skill was comprehended to the transformation stage, the two of them were like a river that had burst its banks. Their comprehension of the inferior grade martial skills was unstoppable. As the battle continued, the two of them comprehended one inferior grade martial skill after another to the transformation stage. Towards the end, even Mu Feng and Gu Tsongnan, the two martial Dao masters, were surprised. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's progress was too fast. One inferior grade martial skill after another was executed. It almost looked like a battle between two martial Dao masters. The ordinary spectators around the square were naturally even more shocked. They had an illusion that the people fighting in the arena were two martial Dao masters. It was shocking. Although Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had been fighting for a long time, no one felt bored. Instead, their hearts tightened as they paid attention to the changes in the arena. After nearly 200 moves, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian finally stopped. After the last exchange, the two of them dodged and stood more than 10 meters apart. Both of their inferior grade martial skills had already reached the transformation stage. Even a martial Dao master could not cultivate a middle grade martial skill to the transformation stage. The difficulty was too high. It was impossible for the two of them to make so much progress in such a short period of time. Therefore, it was meaningless to continue fighting. The two of them stopped this kind of evenly matched fight and prepared to determine the winner. Wei Qingxian was preparing to use an superior grade martial skill to launch a thunderous attack. Yixing did not intend to use an superior grade martial skill, but he had already used the super brain scanning function to sweep Wei Qingxuan's figure into his mind. He was preparing to use an inferior grade martial skill of the transformation stage to break his opponent's superior grade martial skill. However, before the two of them could exchange blows, a burst of applause came from the pavilion. It was Mu Feng who stood up and clapped his hands, praising, "Yixing, Wei Qingxian, the two of you are rare prodigies of the younger generation in Zishan County. There is no need to compete anymore. The two of you can enter Zishan Academy's genius class together." The two of them on the arena looked at each other in surprise. The two of them entering the genius class together was undoubtedly the best result. The martial artists around the square, after a short moment of shock, erupted into earth-shattering cheers. In the same batch of enrollment, the same city had produced two genius class students. This was a rare occurrence in the entire Zishan County's 67 cities. This was a kind of glory, enough to show disdain for the other 66 cities. Therefore, all the martial artists in Tiansang City were overjoyed when they heard Mu Feng's words. Especially the martial artists of the Ye family and Wei family. They were overjoyed. For their family to produce a genius class student, it was a great thing for their family. The feeling of glory was even stronger than other martial artists. Of course, not everyone was overjoyed with this result. For example, the martial artists of the Xiong family, or some of the martial arts families that had close relations with the Xiong family, frowned slightly when they saw that Yixing had also been recruited into Zishan Academy's genius class. They were very unhappy in their hearts. However, recruiting Yixing into the genius class was Mu Feng's decision. Even if there were people who were unhappy, no one dared to say a word. They could only swallow their displeasure in their hearts. Therefore, in the pavilion, Yi Wendao and Wei Jingguang were all smiles, unable to contain their joy. As for Xiong Baolong, his face was ashen, and he had a bitter expression. Congratulations to Ye family patriarch, Wei family patriarch, the younger generation has entered Zishan Academy's genius class. This is the number one blessing, congratulations. Gu Tsongnan stood up and congratulated Yi Wendao and Wei Jingguang. He said, "This Gu must also thank the two patriarchs for nurturing such an outstanding junior. For Tiansang City to produce two genius class students in one batch, this Gu also feels proud and honored." Honored. Yi Wendao and Wei Jingguang also hurriedly stood up. Both of them were overjoyed in their hearts. Their faces were full of smiles as they replied to Gu Tsongnan. Naturally, their words were not arrogant. Instead, they also complimented this city Lord Gu. Both sides were full of smiles and joy. To the side, Xiong Baolong felt as if he had eaten a fly. Xiong Baolong said without batting an eyelid, according to the customs of Tiansang City, students who enter the genius class can leave their names on the plaque of names. I wonder how Yixing and Wei Qingxian are ranked compared to the previous geniuses of Tiansang City. On the plaque of names, Xiong Qisheng's name was high and mighty. It even surpassed the peerless genius of the Ye family 100 years ago, Yi Tianjue. This was something that the Xiong family was most proud of. Right now, Yixing and Wei Qingxian had both been accepted into the genius class. Their popularity was at its peak. Xiong Baolong thought about it again. Perhaps only the comparison on the plaque of names would be able to suppress the two's limelight. 3 years ago, Xiong Qisheng stood out from the crowd in the recruitment competition. At the age of 16, his cultivation was at the peak of the 6th rank. He swept his peers and won first place, and was accepted into the Purple Mountain Institute's genius class. At that time, Xiong Qisheng had cultivated his middle-grade Qinggong to the great perfection realm. In addition, his inner strength was abundant. When he left his name on the plaque of names, he surpassed Yi Tianjue in one fell swoop, shocking all the martial artists. From then on, the Xiong family was publicly acknowledged as the #1 martial arts family in Tiansang City. Now, as long as Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian left their names on the plaque of names, Xiong Qisheng, who was at the highest spot, would naturally be noticed by all the martial artists. They would recall Xiong Qisheng's glorious deeds from 3 years ago. At that time, everyone would probably sigh and say, Xiong Qisheng of the Xiong family is indeed the #1 genius in the history of Tiansang City. No one can compare to him. In this way, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's popularity would naturally drop, while Xiong Qisheng's prestige would be further consolidated. Leaving one's name on the plaque of names was indeed the custom of Tiansang City. Although Gu Tsongnan understood the meaning behind Tyrannical Bear's words, he could only let Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian leave their names on the plaque of names as usual. Under the plaque of names, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were the center of attention. Their eyes were filled with confidence. Their middle-grade Qinggong was at the great perfection realm, and they had also comprehended a trace of wind force. Once they merged with the wind force, they would be able to stand at the perfection realm. Surpassing everyone on the plaque of names was not a problem at all. However, the others did not know of their Qinggong attainments, and did not dare to guess that their movement techniques had been cultivated to the perfection realm. Even their Qinggong was at the perfection realm. Tyrannical Bear's face was gloomy, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. Wait until your names are suppressed by the strange saint. Let's see how you can still be in the limelight. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian first looked at all the names on the plaque of names. They chose the spot they wanted to leave their names on, and then looked at each other. Let's do it together. The two said at the same time, and then they laughed at their tacit understanding. Whoosh! Whoosh! One used the flying swan technique, while the other used the wind-stepping technique. Their bodies leaped up, and in the blink of an eye, they had leaped more than 10 feet. At this moment, the two of them merged with the wind force at the same time, and their inner strength exploded. Their speed suddenly continued to soar, and in the blink of an eye, they had rushed up another 60 to 70 feet. Exclamations sounded from all around. Tyrannical Bear was dumbfounded. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had actually reached the same height as Xiong Qisheng. However, their goal was not only to reach this height. Middle-grade Qinggong of the perfection realm was naturally extraordinary. The two of them circulated their inner strength for the second time, and their bodies actually leaped up several feet again. All the martial artists' expressions changed. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had actually reached the top of the plaque of names, and they were 20 feet above the ground. Just as the crowd was still in shock, the two of them made their moves and left their names on the plaque of names. Yi Xing. Wei Qingxian. In the blink of an eye, the two names were high up on the top of the plaque of names. On Monday, I really need recommendation votes to get into the rankings. Can I get more than 2,000 votes today? Please give me a recommendation vote. Chapter 77. Yi Xing's name was one character shorter than Wei Qingxuan's. It was simpler and required less time to engrave. When Yi Xing finished engraving the two characters, Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian had just started engraving the third character, Xian. At this moment, Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat. The corner of his mouth curled up. After engraving the last horizontal line of Xing, he didn't stop. Instead, he dragged a long horizontal line and continued to draw to the side. Yi Xing's foot kicked off the monument of names. His body moved about 10 feet to the side and came to Wei Qingxuan's side. As for the last stroke, Yi Xing naturally dragged it out for more than 10 feet. Then, it connected with the first stroke of the character, Wei. At this moment, Wei Qingxian had just finished engraving the third character when she heard Yixing's soft laughter. To prevent future generations from engraving their names between us, I might as well take the space in the middle first. He he. At this moment, Wei Qingxian realized that Yixing had actually connected their names together. This gave her a subtle feeling in her heart. It wasn't anger, nor was it joy. She just felt that since both of them had entered Zishan Academy's gifted class at the same time, it would be a good memory to leave their names together. After the two of them finished engraving, the second flow of inner strength was used up. Even with the transformative realm's Qinggong, it was difficult to use a third flow of inner strength. The two of them floated down and landed on the ground not long after. Thunderous applause immediately rang out in the square. Yixing and Wei Qingxian had both carved their names at the very top of the name monument. There was no monument above them, so they could be considered to have reached the very top. This completely shocked all the martial artists present to the point that they were completely convinced. They couldn't help but clap their hands and praise them. From this moment onwards, the record of Celestial Azure City was refreshed. There was a new legend. Xiong Qisheng's first place on the Fame Monument only lasted for 3 years before being trampled by Yixing and Wei Qingxian. More importantly, Yixing and Wei Qingxian were only at the 5th stage of the martial path. 3 years ago, Xiong Qisheng had participated in the recruitment competition and was at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path. In comparison, Yixing and Wei Qingxian were extraordinary geniuses. Of course, between the two of them, Wei Qingxian was even more shocking. Although Yixing had overshadowed Xiong Qisheng's limelight on the Fame Monument, he was about the same age as Xiong Qisheng when he participated in the recruitment competition 3 years ago. Regardless of whether he was stronger or weaker, in terms of cultivation, he was 1 stage lower than Xiong Qisheng at the same age. Therefore, even if Yixing was unparalleled in the limelight, it was still difficult for him to truly hold his head high in comparison to Xiong Qisheng. On the other hand, although Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was 1 stage lower than Xiong Qisheng's, she was still very young. She was only a little over 14 years old. At this age, with this level of cultivation and this level of strength, it was truly shocking. If Wei Qingxian reached the age when Xiong Qisheng participated in the recruitment competition, her cultivation would definitely not be below Xiong Qisheng's. With Wei Qingxuan's current strength, if her cultivation was not weaker than Xiong Qisheng's, her strength would definitely surpass his by a large margin. In comparison, Xiong Qisheng was practically worthless in front of Wei Qingxian. In every aspect, he was trampled by Wei Qingxian. In the distance, Tyrannical Bear looked at the Fame Monument with an ashen face and a gloomy expression. His eyes concealed a shocking amount of fury and killing intent. Yixing and Wei Qingxian had actually left their names higher on the Fame Monument than Xiong Qisheng's. In fact, it was far higher than his. This result was hard for Tyrannical Bear to accept. Wei Qingxian was just a girl. Once she entered the Purple Mountain Academy, with Xiong Qisheng's status as the vice principal's disciple, he could definitely use the method of marriage to bring Wei Qingxian to the Xiong clan. He believed that the Wei clan would not refuse. Even if they refused, he could use Xiong Qisheng's master to pressure them and forcefully bring Wei Qingxian over. However, Yixing was different. Yixing was a man. It was impossible to tie him to the Xiong clan through marriage. As for letting Yixing marry into the Xiong clan, Tyrannical Bear had never thought of it. Not to mention that it was impossible, just the fact that Yixing was Xiong Qicai's murderer meant that the Xiong clan's attitude towards Yixing could only be to kill him. Azure Sky City, Xiong clan's main hall. As soon as the recruitment competition ended, Tyrannical Bear brought his men back to the Xiong clan. Then, he gathered with the other 2 martial Dao masters of the Xiong clan and some elders of the 6th stage of the martial Dao. Tyrannical Bear did not go to watch the recruitment competition. When he found out about Yixing's performance in the recruitment competition and how he had surpassed Xiong Qisheng on the Fame Monument, he flew into a rage. I can't let this little bastard go to the Purple Mountain Academy. I want him dead. I want him dead. Tyrannical Bear roared furiously. In Azure Sky City, he was a big shot in the 7th stage of the martial Dao. However, in front of the Purple Mountain Academy, a martial Dao master like him was not even worth mentioning. If Yi Xing entered the Purple Mountain Academy, Tyrannical Bear would not be able to touch a single hair on Yi Xing's head. Moreover, the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class was known as the cradle of martial Dao masters. It could even nurture martial Dao masters and martial grandmasters. If Yi Xing had some achievements in the genius class, Tyrannical Bear would not be able to take Yi Xing's life for the rest of his life. Instead, he would have to guard against Yi Xing. Therefore, Tyrannical Bear could not wait to kill Yi Xing. He could not let Yi Xing enter the Purple Mountain Academy. Facing Tyrannical Bear's anger, the elders of the Xiong clan remained silent. Although Yi Xing was Tyrannical Bear's son, the Xiong clan had a great hatred for Yi Xing. Who didn't want Yi Xing to die? However, the problem was that killing Yi Xing was not an easy task. Tyrannical Bear waved his hand to stop Tyrannical Bear's agitation, saying, "Who doesn't want Yi Xing to die? But he has already been accepted into the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class by Mu Feng, who can touch him? Not to mention a genius class student, even if a common class student died, the Purple Mountain Academy would not sit idly by." Although the Xiong clan was Azure Sky City's #1 martial Dao family, if they dared to kill a Purple Mountain Academy student, not only would the murderer be executed, Tyrannical Bear, the patriarch of the Xiong clan, would also suffer a great calamity. Tyrannical Bear suppressed the anger in his heart, saying, "If I secretly assassinate him, without any evidence, who would dare to blame my Xiong clan?" Tyrannical Bear shook his head, saying, "The Ye clan's defense is tight, what assassination is there to talk about?" Tyrannical Bear said sternly, "After being accepted as a student of the Purple Mountain Academy, he won't be able to return for a long time. Before he goes to the academy, he has 3 days to visit his family. Yi Xing is a member of the Ye clan in Greenleaf Village, he will definitely return to Greenleaf Village. I will ambush him on the way, I will definitely be able to kill him." Tyrannical Bear pondered for a moment, then shook his head again, saying, "No, Yi Xing's Qigong and movement technique have been trained to perfection. His ability to escape is definitely first class. If he escapes, even if you are a martial Dao master, you will have a hard time catching up. If you fail to kill him and the matter is exposed, not only will your life be over, even the entire Xiong clan will suffer a calamity." Tyrannical Bear was impatient to kill Yi Xing. Clearly, he didn't think as much as Tyrannical Bear, the patriarch of the Xiong clan. Tyrannical Bear said, "Since I want to kill him, I naturally have to make sure that he can't escape. Moreover, even if something happens and he escapes, I will directly escape from Celestial Azure City. What can the Purple Mountain Academy do to me?" With Xiong Qisheng's relationship in the Purple Mountain Academy, and that little bastard is not dead, the Purple Mountain Academy will definitely not make things difficult for the Xiong clan. If I really kill that little bastard, then it will be a bloodbath. Without evidence, who can blame my Xiong clan? Tyrannical Bear's mind recalled the recruitment competition and Mu Feng's gaze when he looked at him. He couldn't help but shudder. He was certain that if Yi Xing was assassinated, Mu Feng would definitely not let it go. Even if there was no evidence, as long as he suspected the Xiong clan, he would probably come knocking on their door. Tyrannical Bear shook his head again and said, "This is not appropriate. Bear, you must not bring trouble to yourself. If you want to kill Yi Xing, you must think of a proper reason. Even if people know that my Xiong clan killed him, they won't be able to blame my Xiong clan." Tyrannical Bear said angrily, "He killed my son. I killed him to avenge my son. Isn't that a proper reason?" Tyrannical Bear frowned and said unhappily, "Mu Feng is only in charge of recruiting students. He doesn't care about the hatred between you and Yi Xing unless you can make Yi Xing and you have an open life and death duel, Mu Feng will definitely not let it go if you kill him. Bear, your mind has been blinded by killing intent. You only know how to kill without caring about the consequences. Go back and rest first and calm your heart. Tyrannical Bear didn't intend to leave. At this time, a 6th-level elder said, Patriarch, when you mentioned a life and death duel, I thought of something. Perhaps we can kill Yi Xing in a proper way. Everyone's eyes lit up at the same time. Before Tyrannical Bear could speak, Tyrannical Bear had already asked, Elder Xiong what method is there to kill him? Xiong, an elder of the Xiong clan, came from a branch of the Xiong clan. His cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level. Xiong said, everyone knows that I have a sworn enemy. He is the Ye family's elder, Yi Xing Yi Tiannan, and I came from a branch of the Ye family in Greenleaf Village. Coincidentally, he is Yi Xing's grandfather. Xiong said a few words but didn't get to the main point. Tyrannical Bear anxiously asked, what does this have to do with killing Yi Xing in a proper way? Xiong stroked his beard and smiled, hee. 10 years ago, Yi Tiannan and I agreed to a life and death duel 10 years later. Unfortunately, Yi Tiannan was a short-lived ghost. He passed away 3 years ago. Originally, with Yi Tiannan's death, I abandoned this duel, but... Xiong voice changed. If you want Yi Xing's life, I can continue to mention this duel. At that time, Yi Tiannan used the name of the head of the Ye family in Greenleaf Village to fight with the head of the Xiong family in Wuyang Town. Even if Yi Tiannan died, I insisted on fighting. The current head of the Ye family had no choice but to accept the challenge. Xiong said with a sly smile, the current head of the Ye family is Yi Xing's father. If Yi Xing doesn't want his father to die, he can only fight in his father's place. In a life and death duel, I will kill Yi Xing. It is a matter of course. The Purple Mountain Academy cannot blame me. Tyrannical Bear heard this and laughed, in a life and death duel, Yi Xing cannot escape. With Elder Xiong strength, it is enough to kill Yi Xing. Good, this is a feasible plan. Reminder, 1 chapter in the morning, 1 chapter in the evening. It is not easy to have 2 chapters. Moreover, the story in Azure Sky City is about to end. The story in Purple Mountain Academy is about to begin. The difficulty is a bit high. Writing is tiring. There is no time to update the first chapter in the morning. Chapter 78. Azure Sky City, Ye Family. When Yi Xing was recruited into the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class, the Ye family celebrated. Only at night did Yi Xing return to his residence. Although it was said to be a celebration, it wasn't. There were always some people who hated Yi Xing's glory. In the darkness, in the shadows, there was always a pair of eagle-like eyes staring at Yi Xing. Their eyes contained deep hatred. Yi Xing, if you don't die, even if this old man enters the grave in the future, I won't be able to rest in peace. Yi Weining's heart was filled with hatred for Yi Xing. First, Yi Weining suspected that Yi Xing had killed Yi Yunkong in the Azure Sky Mountain Range. At first, it was only a suspicion, but after a long time, it became a fact in his heart. Second, Yi Weining had been heavily injured by Yi Xing in front of everyone. As an elder of the family, he had lost all face. These 2 reasons made Yi Weining hate Yi Xing so much that he wanted to die. Yi Xing had already noticed Yi Weining's secret stares. With the super brain scan, it was clear as day. Yi Xing didn't put Yi Weining in his heart. Although he hated Yi Xing, he was still an elder of the family. As long as Yi Weining didn't provoke him, Yi Xing couldn't be bothered to care about him. Yi Feng, tomorrow morning, go to the martial arts hall and challenge the top 10 ordinary disciples. After you become a disciple of the martial arts hall, take a leave and come back to Greenleaf Village with me. In his residence, Yi Xing instructed Yi Feng. Counting the time, it had already been over 3 months since he and Yi Feng left Greenleaf Village and arrived at Azure Sky City. Going to the Indigo Mountain Academy to study, he wouldn't be able to return to Azure Sky City for a long period of time. Therefore, Yi Xing took advantage of the 3 days of family visit before going to the Indigo Mountain Academy to make a trip back to Greenleaf Village, bringing Yi Feng along with him. Although his feelings for Yi Feihong and Lui were very faint, Greenleaf Village was, after all, the place where he first came to the Star Continent. Moreover, he had taken over the body of Yi Feihong's son after all. During this period of time in Celestial Azure City, some of the dissatisfaction he had towards Yi Feihong and Lui had already faded with time. Before he left Celestial Azure City, it was only right for him to go back and visit them. After Yi Feng left, Yi Xing did not rest. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the Qingyuan art. Today's continuous battles, especially the battle with Wei Qingxian, gave Yi Xing a lot of benefits. Not only did his martial skill attainment increase greatly, the internal energy in his body was also greatly tempered, and there was a tendency for his cultivation to rise. Yi Xing wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 5th layer tonight. Yi Xing had already cultivated the Qingyuan art to the 3rd layer, opening 12 meridians in his body, and cultivating his internal energy at a remarkable speed. In a mere 4 hours, Yi Xing's cultivation had successfully reached the peak of the 5th layer. Once he reached this realm, he would be able to consolidate his cultivation to the peak of the 5th layer in a short period of time, rushing towards the peak of the 6th layer of the martial path. Yi Xing was very confident. His astrology was extraordinary, and he cultivated the Qingyuan art, a high-grade cultivation technique. Breaking through to the 6th layer of the martial path was definitely not a difficult matter. It was only a matter of time. The night passed in silence. The next day, Yi Feng did not go to the cafeteria to chop firewood. Instead, he went to the martial arts hall to challenge the disciples there. Yi Feng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th layer of the Heavenly Monarch realm. Furthermore, he had mastered a mid-tier body refinement technique and a full mastery low-tier martial skill. With his strength, he could easily challenge the elite disciples. Challenging the top 10 ordinary disciples was a piece of cake. For such a small matter, Yi Xing did not join in the fun. Instead, he went to the Yi clan's weapon shop in Azure Sky City and bought a 3-cauldron strong bow, the dragon tendon bow, as well as a quiver of black edge arrows. The dragon tendon bow had a resounding name, but it was not a bow made of real dragon tendons. Instead, it was made of the tendons of high-level vicious beasts, and coupled with high-grade treasure metal, its power was extremely terrifying. The strength of 1 cauldron was 1,200 jin. The strength of 3 cauldrons was 1,600 jin. The 3-cauldron strong bow was not something that an average person could use. There were many martial artists below the 7th level who could pull the 3-cauldron strong bow, but those who could use the 3-cauldron strong bow to kill enemies were few and far between. One arrow with 1,600 jin of strength had a terrifying penetrative power. Even a 7th layer martial Dao master would be moved, and for a 6th layer martial artist, it was definitely a fatal blow. Especially the black edge arrows that came with the dragon tendon bow. They were also made of high-grade treasure metal, sturdy, sharp, and a type of killing weapon. In the Yi clan's weapon shop, the dragon tendon bow was already the highest-grade treasure bow, worth hundreds of thousands of silvers. However, Yi Xing, as a student of the Purple Mountain Academy's gifted class, had an extraordinary status in the Yi clan. Naturally, he only needed to buy it at the original price, which was 40% cheaper. Becoming a student of the gifted class allowed Yi Xing to receive a large amount of clan contribution points as a reward. He used a portion of the contribution points to buy the dragon tendon bow, not even spending a single silver. By the time Yi Xing returned with the dragon tendon bow and black edge arrows, Yi Feng had already become a disciple of the martial arts hall. When Yi Feng arrived at the martial arts hall, he directly challenged the number 1 ordinary disciple. He won the battle and became the new number 1 ordinary disciple. In addition, he was Yi Xing's cousin, so he was in the limelight among the ordinary disciples. How could such a person continue to chop firewood in the cafeteria? Naturally, he was accepted into the martial arts hall and focused on nurturing. Yi Feng asked the martial arts hall master for leave and returned to Qingye village with Yi Xing. The martial arts hall master naturally agreed without a second word. At noon, Yi Xing and Yi Feng each took a horse from the family and left the Ye family, heading towards Qingye village. When they came from Qingye village, they took a carriage and walked on the main road. It took them a day to reach Azure Sky City. Yi Xing only had a total of 3 days to visit his family. Naturally, he didn't want to waste time on the road. He directly urged his horse forward and walked on the small roads. It only took them less than 4 hours to reach Qingye village. Not long after they left the Ye family, Yi Xing discovered that someone was secretly following them from afar. It was Yi Weining. Yi Weining was also riding a horse and was about 4 to 5 li away from Yi Xing and Yi Feng. Yi Feng naturally didn't notice the figure that was almost a black dot in the distance. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to recognize who it was. It wasn't the other party, but someone who was following them. But Yi Xing's gaze could see Yi Weining clearly from afar. Yi Xing stroked the dragon tendon bow and the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. From the looks of it, Yi Weining seemed to be plotting something against him. This made Yi Xing happy instead of worried. He didn't like Yi Weining, but the other party was an elder of the family. Yi Xing couldn't be bothered to deal with him. However, if the other party took the initiative to offend him, then it would be exactly what Yi Xing wanted. It would be perfectly justifiable for him to get rid of him. Brother Xing, I'm afraid that everyone in Qingye village didn't expect that you would have today's glory. Hee. When they know that you've become the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Yi clan and have been accepted as a student of the Purple Mountain Academy's gifted class, how will they react? Yi Feng urged his horse forward and walked side by side with Yi Xing. He was very excited and also very happy. He excitedly laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I can imagine how shocked they will be, especially the head elder. He thought that Yi Qing would have great prospects in the main family and would surpass you. But in the end, he became a good-for-nothing. He can't even compare to Brother Xing's shoes. Yi Xing faintly smiled. Yi Feng's words were all true. He wasn't deliberately flattering him. He thought of his own changes in the past 3 months and his heart was also very happy. Now that he was urging his horse forward, his heart was even more carefree. It was a kind of pleasure of traveling through the Jianghu. This kind of feeling, on Earth, could only be found in novels and fantasy worlds. But the feeling was far from being as intense as experiencing it in person. Looking at the smiling and happy Yi Feng, Yi Xing laughed and said, Hee. Yi Qing is now very far away from you. If they knew that you've already become the number 1 of the Yi clan's ordinary disciples, TSK, they would also be shocked. Yi Xing's words touched the excitement in Yi Feng's heart. His smile instantly became 10 times brighter. Thinking of how he had become outstanding in the main family and how carefree he would be when he returned and how his parents would be proud of him, Yi Feng was naturally very excited and couldn't contain his joy. However, no matter how excited and happy he was, Yi Feng would never forget who had made him who he was today. Yi Feng stopped laughing and said, This is all thanks to Brother Xing's nurturing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Yi Xing said, This is all I can help you with. Your future achievements will still depend on your own efforts. Yi Feng nodded vigorously and said, Yes. I will definitely work hard and follow Brother Xing's example to make a name for myself in Tiansang City. Yi Xing smiled and looked back again. He looked into the distance and found that Yi Weining had disappeared. Not long after, Yi Xing looked back again and still didn't find Yi Weining. This made him feel a little strange. In the following period of time, Yi Xing looked back many times, but Yi Weining didn't appear again. Yi Xing was basically sure that Yi Weining didn't continue to follow them. Otherwise, Yi Weining wouldn't know that he could look into the distance and wouldn't hide when he looked back. This made Yi Xing feel a little regretful. Taking the small path from Tiansang City back to Qingye village, they mostly walked through the mountains. After 2 hours, Yi Xing and Yi Feng had already covered 2/3 of the distance. At this time, he had the feeling that he was being watched. Yi Xing looked back and didn't find anything strange. Then, he looked in all directions and even scanned a radius of several hundred meters. He still didn't find anything that was watching him. This made Yi Xing feel strange, but he soon realized something and raised his head to look at the sky. In the sky behind him, Yi Xing finally found the thing that was watching him. It was a fierce bird with a wingspan of more than 50 feet. Yi Xing had ridden on a flying bird before and immediately reacted. There must be a martial artist riding on this fierce bird. Otherwise, why would the other party's gaze be locked on him from afar when he had no enmity with this fierce bird? Yi Feng saw Yi Xing looking back at the sky with a strange expression. He also looked back and asked, "What's wrong, Brother Xing?" He couldn't see as far as Yi Xing. He could only see that there seemed to be a black dot in the sky. It should be a flying bird. "Yi Feng, I'm afraid we're in trouble. This fierce bird is controlled by a martial artist. It should be coming for us." Yi Xing signaled Yi Feng to stop. No matter how fast a horse ran, it couldn't be faster than a flying bird. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.